awesome event. It's good to see so many people here interested in transportation electrification. So welcome and thank you for being here. At Edison, your safety is our #1 priority. In case of an emergency, we will be exiting to the left and we will gather in the northwest part of the building. And if we need an AED, Rolando, who you may have met up at the front, will get it and help us out. He's first aid certified. So again, thank you for being here, and I hope you have a fantastic event. And I'll turn it over to your host, Bruce.
All right, thank you. Just going to say a couple words, and then I'm going to turn it over to our very gracious hosts here at SoCal Edison. First of all, thank you for being here. I'm Bruce Tudor. I work with the California Air Resources Board. You'll be seeing me throughout the day as an MC. I'll moderate one of the panels. And then at the very end of the day, there is a presentation on the advanced clean fleet regulations. So, but the main purpose of the event today is not a regulatory training. We've got a lot of stuff online. We've got a lot of stuff that we do virtually and in person that is more of a training. This is to provide information that will help you guys understand what you need to do as you move towards zero-emission vehicles in your fleets. I've been doing training for a long time. We've used to train on all of our diesel regulations. You guys knew how to run diesel trucks way better than we did. You just didn't know our regulations, so we train you on that. But we understand this is a really different world now, moving into zero-emission vehicles. And so we're hoping, again, to at least give you those basics of what you need to think about as you choose a truck, as you start looking at infrastructure, as you work with the utilities. So having said that, again, you'll see me in just a moment as a moderator, but I would like to welcome Chanel Parsons up, our gracious host here at SoCal Edison.
Good morning, and thank you, Bruce and CARB, for hosting this event here at Southern California's Energy Education Center. Thank you all for coming. I will say my role here at Southern California Edison, I'm the Director of Clean Energy and Demand Response. And what that means is I'm responsible for helping to accelerate the adoption of clean energy technologies for homes, businesses, and vehicles. I am also really passionate about electrifying transportation, especially in the medium duty and heavy duty sector. I like to start with the big picture. And for me, the big picture of this is what we call our clean energy future. And we know that electrifying transportation, especially medium duty, heavy duty vehicles, contributes to a cleaner environment. It contributes to fewer health issues, cancer, asthma, allergies, heart disease, and it has economic benefits for the communities that are recipients of clean energy transportation. So that's why I'm so passionate about it. That's why I do what I do. That's why I'm excited to come to work every day. I'm also very excited to get to work with folks like you. I'm very happy to see some familiar faces and partners here in the audience that we get to work with on a regular basis to help support electrifying transportation. One other thing I'll note while I have the microphone is definitely have to do a shameless plug for some of the programs and services that we at Southern California Edison provide to our customers. If anything I say here sparks your interest, we do have a booth in the other room, an amazing Southern California Edison team who can talk to you about more of that. But for our business customers, we offer economic development services. We offer transportation electrification advisory services. So if you're not sure where to start or how to work with the utility, if you are interested in what kind of grant funding is available, our transportation electrification advisory services can help you with that. EV readiness studies is another benefit of the advisory services. We also offer vehicle incentives. So this summer, we're launching 2 incentives for the medium duty, heavy duty sector. One is going to be our drayage rebate. And for class 7, class 8 drayage vehicles, we're offering a rebate of up to $150,000. So that's soon to be launched. But if you're quite ready to buy and you're not sure, if you wait a few more weeks, you might be able to take advantage of that rebate. We are also launching a loan guarantee program, which will basically, Southern California Edison's investing $20 million to secure $100 million in loan funding for medium duty, heavy duty, new, used, repowered electric vehicles. And that will also allow over to 100% of loan to value ratio so that it will support charging infrastructure or other needs. As far as infrastructure goes, we have our Charge Ready Transport program. And some of you have participated in that program. It is a 340 patient. With that, thank you for being here today.
All right, Janelle, thank you so much. Now, I think it's about time to start our panel. So we should have a few panelists in the audience, I'm assuming. Panel number one on selecting a truck. I see Ron, I know Lisa's here. I believe we have maybe Alexa from NFI, and we'll have folks online as well.
Go ahead and bring them in the room.
Anyone, any other panelists? Who do we have online? All right, perfect. Oh, maybe we have, let's see. I'll turn around here. Oh, okay, Alexa's online. Perfect, we've got everybody. All right. So first of all, panelists, thank you guys. I am going to give you a chance in just a moment to introduce yourselves, take a couple minutes, introduce yourself, what your company does, and then we'll start into a quick Q&A, moderated Q&A with me first of all. I've got some questions that we'll go through. And as you've seen in our emails for the panelists and for you folks in the audience, the point today really is to impart the knowledge that you all have gained, whether you be a fleet such as NFI, whether you be, someone like Lisa as a dealer, someone like Ron, with the work they do at Forum or whatever the case is, to impart the knowledge that you've gained about what the folks in this room who have fleets need to think about as they choose a truck. And whether or not that be a truck that they purchase outright or one they lease or go through a truck as a service provider or whatever the case is, it's really what do they need to think about? And some of the questions hopefully will steer us through that. So let's start with a brief introduction. If we can keep it to about maybe 2 or 3 minutes. We'll start here in the room and immediately to my left, Ron.
Morning, yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Are you on? Doesn't sound like you're on.
There we go.
Yep.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ron Hunt with Forum Mobility. For those of you that don't know about us, we provide charging as a service, essentially off-site charging depots with dedicated chargers for the trucking and drayage communities. We focus on the port to distribution corridors here in California initially. We'll be moving around the country as well beyond that. We do offer a lot of help with incentives, with truck leasing, ancillary benefits like that. But our core service is providing that dedicated charging solution since so many struggle with that offering. So we're always glad to learn from others as well as teach what we have learned and help advise and guide our customers towards their zero emissions journey. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, Ron. And Lisa.
Hi, I'm Lisa McGee. I'm Zero Emissions Programs and Affairs Manager with Tom's Truck Center. We're a medium heavy duty trailer ship that's been around since 1949. And we sell many of the technologies today in the zero emission, as well as the hydrogen. We've sold over 268 vouchers last year in the program through HFIP program. And we're opening up a depot for heavy duty, medium heavy duty charging through SCE's program that they have, their charge ready program. So we stand to be able to support you guys from all of the technical aspects, whether it's learning about the technology or whether it's helping you with submitting rebates, as well as providing solutions. There's a lot of solutions out there. It gets very technical. I come from a background of adopting electric buses. I was an operations manager for a fleet in San Diego. I adopted under there in 2015. I have a long history with working at CPUC as it relates to being involved in proceedings for rate design. This technology gets technical, but I can tell you at the end of the day, if you just drive it, there are benefits. And just getting involved is an ability to start slowly. You don't have to take risks. You can buy one truck through HFIP without scrapping. That can be your truck and you can choose to drive it as much as you want. The fact is, whether you drive it every day or you drive it one time a week, the data is still the same. You're always going to end up with about a 50% savings when it comes to the operational costs. And so there's a lot of good things to come. It gets just technical to get started. So happy to help and share today.
Great, thank you, Lisa. And I do see that Alexa has a hand up. So maybe if there was a question about the presentation, or otherwise we'll just go to you and you can introduce yourself, either one. Alexa.
Show a hand up, so I'm not sure where that shows, but my name is Alexa Branco. I'm with NFI. We are a third-party logistics company offering dedicated transportation, port services, as well as distribution, real estate, and brokerage. I'm our director of sustainability, so I support our corporate sustainability, strategy planning, as well as support our fuel and tolls.
Thank you. And it wasn't your hand up. It was someone's scroll as a hand rather than an arrow. So I apologize for that.
No,
I think that was crazy. Thank you, Alexa. All right, let's turn to Jason over at Prologis.
Yes, perfect. Well, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Bruce, for having me, and to the CARB team more broadly. So, the MHD, medium heavy duty space is, I think, extremely dynamic, but it's actually very approachable with, the right partnerships and collaborations across the vehicle and charging infrastructure providers. So really happy that folks are showing up in the room today to kind of explore some of this. So my name is Jason Walter. I lead the Prologis Mobility Hubs division within Prologis, where we're building a high density of fast chargers for multi-tenant public, semi-public contracted use. So think of it as like a home away from home. And Prologis, for those not familiar, we're a global leader in logistics real estate. We have over 3,800 properties in the US alone. We have nearly 3% of global GDP coming through our properties. And our mobility business supports the more than 6,600 customers we already have within our real estate footprint. And many of those are looking to convert portions or much of their goods movement to zero emission. Alexa and NFI and their team are some of the partners that we're working with. So we're very grateful to get to be part of this community. And I'll just leave it with our mobility team. We're really solving these challenges across warehouses, on route, but within these industrial clusters where we have, a dozen out of 50 properties within a couple mile radius. And it's really a great spot for people to begin that initial fleet transition. So I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you so much. And last but certainly not least, Kevin from Zero Emission, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Bruce. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here virtually. My name is Kevin Christopher. I'm one of the co-founders of Zero-Emission. I'm actually based in Long Beach in Southern California, so apologies for not being there in person today. I was on a work trip to Minneapolis. Yeah, I think Zero Emission is a company that is focused on providing tools for fleets that are thinking about taking their first step to transition to zero-emission vehicles. But the core business is really provided on a fleet management platform that we provide to the fleets such that they can integrate these new vehicles and technologies into their normal operations. Within that platform, we provide a lot of insights and alerts and a framework for better understanding how, especially medium and heavy vehicles need to be charged, how they can be kept on the road, the variables and conditions that may impact their ability to stay on the road. And through that platform, we also provide a lot of reports and insights that help you maybe comply to base HVIP, DOT, CEC, Southern California Edison grant reporting requirements, but also help you think better about the operations, the real world impact that these trucks and vehicles are having to your operation, how you can think about using that data to better plan for future phases of electrification. The thing we like to say, and I think it's been echoed in some of the things of the other panelists, is electrification can be seen as a very complicated technical challenge, but it is very approachable. I think identifying the right use case, aligning yourself with the right partners that can help with whatever you need, whether that's offsite charging infrastructure, on-site, or partners that can help you plan and advise what those next steps might be. So in simple terms, Zero Emission is here to provide support and services to fleets that are, again, looking to take that first step. We do a lot of work with different entities and helping them understand, based on their operational use case, what trucks might be best fit, what's available out there, what grants and incentives might help that, and then doing load studies at the facility, understanding what power do we have, what power might we need, and how you can effectively develop a roadmap to get to your first or several vehicles as part of a pilot project. So I'll stop there, but again, happy to be here and to support the panel today. Thank you, Bruce.
You. All right. And for our panelists also, just so that you know, obviously we have a mixed, what am I trying to say, kind of mixed media here. We're in person, we have virtual. I want to treat everybody in the virtual world the same as in person. So I'll be looking back and forth at people. If you want to chime in, I will try and ask folks a question to kind of kick off the ball. If you want to chime in with something, please don't worry about the new virtual world of raising your little yellow hand. If there's an opportunity, jump in, or if you just want to raise your real hand, do that. And I'll be looking back and forth. Again, just think of it as if we're all in the same room together. And we do have an audience online so that you know. We'll do about half an hour of moderated Q&A with the panel. Then after that, we will turn it over to questions from the members of the actual audience here. Unfortunately, we won't get to questions from the virtual audience because we just won't have time. But we will be doing other events like this. And we have different sessions on some of the pieces of the regulation and so forth. So there's always opportunities to ask us questions in person, even if you're not, or fit to ask us specifically questions, even if you're not in person. But all right, let's start. All right, so one of the things that I hear a lot, and I'm really lucky, I get to go to all kinds of events, truck shows. Went to the ACT Expo last week, if anybody knows what that is. Amazing place to go to see zero-emission vehicles and technology. Most of the people on our panels were there last week. I go out and talk to truck drivers at little events like CHP waste stations and so forth. One of the questions, and I think everybody in here knows the question, one of the questions I hear all the time is, what kind of trucks are available for me? There's nothing out there. There's nothing. I need a utility bed. There's nobody that makes a utility bed. I need a Class 8 truck. All I can get is, really low mileage Class 8 trucks, if I can get one at all, or it takes me months and months to get one. So I'm going to turn it over to our dealer representative and ask Lisa to start. What the heck is out there, and can we get them easily?
So the quick answer to that is yes. HVIP lists a huge inventory of different types of vehicles from Class 2B to Class 8, hydrogen and zero emission. I think Nicola's the only one delivering hydrogen today. Tom's Trucks is one of those dealers. We've delivered about 50 units so far. We've got about another 100 to deliver in our pipeline this year. And when it comes to the legacy vehicles, you're going to start seeing Ford, Volvo, Toyota, many of the Hino launched at Advanced Clean Truck Expo last week. So you're going to see a lot of legacy vehicles being delivered now by the OEMs that you traditionally know. But the market really started with the vertical market, and there's a lot that you can visit and find on the inventory with HVIP.
Thank you. And you know, Lisa, you mentioned HVIP, and I just want to put in a plug for that. While today's sessions don't include a training on our incentive programs, HVIP, the Hybrid Voucher Incentive Program, although it doesn't cover hybrids anymore, is our main zero emission incentive fund. We have folks right outside here. Our folks are out there to talk to you about the rule and so forth. Right outside, there will be folks from someone that works very closely with us that oversees our HVIP program, also something called Cal Fleet Advisor that gives you technical information on zero emission vehicles and infrastructure and so forth. Then we have a lot of vendors. I think most of you saw them back there, and some trucks outside that will give you that information. But be aware there are incentive funds available. Go talk to the folks at CalSTART. Again, you'll see them right outside.
Throw in anything about different vehicles that are.
What do you have to say on that?
Sure, yeah, there's definitely lots of vehicle options. There's more and more coming in the marketplace right now. Forum focuses primarily on Class 8 heavy duty. Some of our charging depots, many of them will actually accommodate other classes of vehicles when it's suited. But for the Class 8 space, Lisa had mentioned a few of them, of course, with Nikola and Volvo being mentioned. You've got Freightliner, the PACCAR products of Kenworth and Peterbilt, as well as BYD. And at ACT last week, there was a couple of announcements with Navistar International's new Class 8 as well as Lion Electric. So we're pretty much going from, you know, a handful to several options in the Class 8 heavy duty space when it comes to battery electric in particular. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of good options. To some points made earlier, it's just about starting to understand your duty cycles and use cases, where you're going to start this journey at, and starting to understand the different models of trucks, because they do vary as far as their range capabilities and their weights, which are usually the biggest factors in deciding where to go with the trucks, along with obviously so many other things like parts and service, warranties, cost, and all these other things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ron. And you actually couldn't have given me much better of a segue. So we know there's trucks available. We know there's folks out there that can help you. And one of the things you'll probably hear from at least a couple of our folks, and you've heard a little bit as they introduce what their company does, is if you're not ready to buy a truck, there are options out there for you. And we'll talk about that a little bit in a moment. But there's a lot of things that go into deciding what kind of truck you want, or what kind of, I shouldn't say you want, what truck will work best for you. My opinion, and I've been lucky, I worked on the advanced clean fleet regulations since just about the beginning. As I said, I've talked to a lot of fleets. I got thrown into the world of infrastructure right away. One of the things that I believe is you don't necessarily need the truck that you think you need. And so we're here a little bit to talk about that today. And in line with that, then what I'm going to do is turn to Chris at Zero Emission, because that's one of the things that they do, is kind of help you look at what you do, what your truck does, and then they will give you information, and the other people on this panel can give you information. So Chris, would you talk about that a little bit? What do you need to know?
Sure, Bruce, thank you. I think you said it well in the beginning. So identifying the right battery capacity for the truck, I think, is very use case dependent. We've worked with a lot of customers that earlier on in their electrification journey had maybe a lot of range anxiety, and inappropriately, because technologies 3 or 4 years ago were still very early, first generation products, things like that. But what ends up happening is when you get large capacity on the truck, you ultimately then typically need to have large capacity for charging at the site And what that ultimately means for an operator is that your capital costs are going to increase significantly. And what we typically find on the operations side, when you look at the data, a lot of the trucks end up coming back to the, the depot or the operating facility, and they have, a meaningful percentage of their fuel or range left over. So I think what we like to say, bring it back to the beginning, is that the first step is really just identifying the use case that you're going to be using the vehicle for, and understanding, what the operating conditions around that use case might be, both in terms of the operating hours, the operating distances, what types of additional conditions, like maybe idling time for drop-offs, pickups, maybe queuing at the port to be able to get the container, that type of thing. And then working with a partner who can help you translate those operating conditions into requirements for your power and energy needs, both on the vehicle side and then the charger side. I think the worst thing that you could do is, I think it was Lisa from Tom's that mentioned the savings potential on the operating side. The worst thing that you could do is, just make a knee-jerk decision to just size it for as big as you can go, which ultimately then means that you're eating into that savings potential that you would otherwise have gotten on the operating side. So it's really important just to start at the very beginning, just understanding what the use case is, and then working with a partner that can help you identify what the needs around that use case are, or a partner that can, maybe build into that for you, whether it's charging or, trucking as a service as well.
Thank you.
I'll pass it back to you, Bruce.
Thank you. And that's perfect. That's great advice. And again, we're not going to solve all your problems today, but you're going to hear the kind of things you need to think about, and you're going to get introduced to some of the people that can help you. I wanted to touch on something just really quickly, and also forgive me, I spent almost all of last week doing nothing but talking because I was at our CARB booth at the Advanced Clean Truck Expo. So my voice is still a little shot, but I've heard a lot of different things about total cost of ownership. I sat in on various sessions last week at the at ACT. There were some large companies that that stated we're not seeing the TCO we thought we would. One thing that I found interesting is that out of all of the discussions I saw where someone would say we're not seeing the TCO that we thought we would, I saw no numbers whatsoever. There was another panel I sat in on with some smaller fleets, obviously not terribly small, and they started presenting numbers. And unfortunately, my boss had a slight emergency right in the middle of it. So I'm going from a little bit of quick memory of when I was sitting there watching it. But one of the companies presented numbers and said, they're already seeing, they have Class 8 trucks and then smaller trucks. I didn't catch what class truck. They said in their Class 8 trucks, they're already seeing a negative 7% operating cost in their larger trucks. If I said that backwards, in their Class 8s, in their smaller trucks, they're already seeing a negative 10% operating cost. They expect that within, I think it was 3 or 4 years, to see a negative 30% operating cost in their Class 8s and a negative 40% operating cost in their lighter trucks. So when I hear numbers from people out there, I heard from City of San Diego not long ago. They were very positive on the operating costs for their trucks. So I want you to really think about that. I know they're expensive. Okay, no one in this room is going to say they're not expensive to get into if you want to buy. But again, there are other options. So now I'm going to turn to maybe the I'll call her the star of the show, and that's not to take anything away from anybody else, but a fleet, someone that's really operating these things in real time out there in the world. So Alexa, that's of course you. There are certainly things that that are very different, as I mentioned. We've heard, do you need the longest range truck that you can get? Drayage, which your fleet represents drayage. I know I've talked to some drayage fleets, including yours. No, they don't necessarily look at those trucks that get a 300 or 350 mile range. Not all the time, or maybe they do. Depends on what they need. There are other things, such as you're not going to get the range that you need or that you think you're going to get unless you probably train your drivers how to drive these things. I've heard numbers from fleets of in excess of 20% additional range if you actually use the regenerative braking in your truck the way you should. Okay. I talked to one small fleet a number of times a couple years ago, and I would say, you got to think about how your drivers drive. And every time I would say that, he'd say, yeah, I know we drive a little bit too fast. No, it's not just that. There's other things. I'd come back and say it again. I know we drive a little bit too fast. It's different. Alexa, what's the experience that NFI has had with these vehicles as far as actually operating?
Great question. So we've been operating the vehicles since 2019. We were, happy to be a part of the 2 pilot projects with 2 of the largest OEMs, Volvo and Daimler. So with the 2 of them, we also took on some battery electric yard tractors in that 2019 timeframe. And during those pilots hit a million zero emission miles. So it was definitely, hard work to get there, a lot of going back and forth with the engineers. And then, of course, the product was ready to go. So as we've talked about, TCO, right? We needed grant funding. So we were applying to different grant fundings. We have been awarded HVIP funding, but we also were awarded the JETSI grant. And I will say that that's not something that NFI is necessarily looking for the whole project looking to do again. And that's because we learned a lot, right? Infrastructure has its own, I don't even know what the good word to use is, but they've got a whole lot of problems that we don't necessarily, right? We don't have any expertise on. And, there's other partners that we're looking to kind of move forward with in that regard, right? You've got public charging depots, and then you've got partnerships with your Prologis. So between those, that's kind of where we see it going. But to bring it back to the truck, so right now we're operating 60 battery electric vehicles out of our Ontario, California facility that we built with the JETSI project. So right now we have 10 350 kilowatt fast chargers powering those 60. And by the end of the year, we will hit 38 350 kilowatt fast chargers, while also increasing battery electric trucks to 100. So one of my favorite examples that we were given at ACT Expo last week was, it really depends, just as Bruce was mentioning, on the driver itself, right? Are they using that regen braking? And then also what kind of, are we going up mountains, or are we staying flat? So for a funny example that we kind of were working through is we had a customer that really wanted us to pull a dray load, normally a little bit longer than a dray load round trip would be, but we wanted to give it a shot. And there is quite a large hill that it had to get up, and we did get back, but we were at 3% charge. So not something we necessarily want, our drivers to do. But that's where we start, pinging Prologis, Forum Mobility, all of these different providers, and start looking for those different public charging stations, because, we're getting funding on the truck side to help there. They're going after funding to help create public infrastructure. So I think that, it's that double team approach. We're not even double. We've got, 18 different teams coming in together to try to get to this zero emission future. So I definitely think, it takes everybody here. And all of the knowledge is very helpful. But as for operating, you've got to know what your case is. You partner with a zero emission. You understand, these are the routes that we want to change into, kind of work through some of those different issues, training the drivers. And, most of what we've seen is within a week, they're pretty much good to go. It's just different. As any changes, right, you're going to need a little bit of time to kind of adjust. So biggest things that I would say from our side is, if you're able to get in one, if you're able to start talking to different public charging infrastructure, see who's kind of got some different spots coming up near you where it could make sense. Of course, if you have a smaller vehicle or smaller fleet, it is easier to get that kind of power. But for us, pulling 7 megawatts of power, it's been quite the project. So I definitely, just get started is one of the biggest things I would say. So I'll stop there for a moment.
That was great, Alexa. Thank you. And again, you panelists are awesome. I swear I didn't share too many of my questions that much, and you're all setting me up great. But before we do that, before I get to my next question, Alexa, I want to turn back to you for just a moment. And again, anyone else, and say, you know, I've talked to a drayage fleet. Honestly, I don't remember if it was you or one of your competitors. Specifically, I talked to them at a truck show a while back, and they, you know, they were really getting the range. They had some longer range trucks. They were really in the real world getting the range out of those, not just what the manufacturer was telling us. Okay. But certainly a part of the mix that you should think about. And I was at an opening for the first cross-border fleet to electrify, running between Otay Mesa, which is basically the Tijuana, San Diego area, and California. And they were mixing their fleet. They were going to use the zero emission trucks to do certain things, or to do certain routes. They were going to use their diesel trucks or natural gas to do certain things. Alexa, do you guys have kind of a mixed fleet as well? Where, I mean, you're running maybe some trucks that get a 350-mile range. You're putting some trucks that only get a 150-mile range on different routes. And what are some of the advantages? And I'd really like to turn this over also to everyone. Lisa, great question for you probably, again, or anyone else. You know, I mean, Chris, Ron, Jason, you guys all have experience with what your customers want. What are some of the advantages to not necessarily saying, okay, I got to get the longest range truck that I need? And I'll start with you, Alexa, because again, that's important to a fleet running these trucks.
Yeah, and mostly our fleet right now, electric vehicles are in our drayage. And that's because, as I mentioned, right, we've got that shorter range. And if you look at the other ports that we have throughout the country, we see that shorter range. So we're not interested in, you know, getting a Tesla to run those routes. It's not necessarily, you know, where we want to look, but we are looking to pilot and have a pilot scheduled with Tesla in the coming month to pilot our long range dedicated vehicles or dedicated fleets. So it's a time and a place type of thing. And then another good thing with the ports is they've got hours, right? They're only open for a certain amount of time. So you've got a lot of charging time. You know, not that you want a lot of charging time. Somebody's got to be there or, you know, kind of be able to manage that, but you have the time. So that's why those electric vehicles really fit for us there. But we've been running CNG since 2012. I wouldn't necessarily say that's something that we're currently still looking to add more just RNG specific trucks. And that's just due to the fact that they're not zero emission, right? So for ACF, those wouldn't end up helping our fleet. So that isn't something that we're looking forward to, but they just had a release at ACT Expo where it was a zero emission running off of RNG. I think it was some type of a hydrogen fuel cell. I'm not entirely too sure, but that's something where we would look because it is classified as a zero emission vehicle. That's where we want to go to align, obviously, with regulations. And then one other just truck that obviously we're looking into is that hydrogen fuel cell. Costs of hydrogen in California are quite high, so I'm not sure that the TCO will be there either. So right now, you know, we're still exploring these different battery electric trucks that come up with that longer range, because for us, you know, we don't just have that drayage piece of that short haul or that shuttle piece that we have. We also have some of those sleeper or long range dedicated miles. So we definitely, you know, as public infrastructure builds out, that's where we're talking with different partners of, okay, this could be the spot that we stop at to get home, you know, whether it's an opportunity charge or something of that nature.
Great, thank you. And you're right, hydrogen costs are very high right now. And a lot of what you'll hear in our infrastructure section or session and today has been aimed a little bit more at battery charging, because I think a lot of the complexities are there, what you need to understand, you know, the use of your truck and so forth. But there's a lot of money that's being put into hydrogen production, not only public, but private. So we think the price is going to start going down pretty soon. That's when the TCO will really change. I wanted to turn to a couple of our other folks about that very question, but I do want to make sure we have some time at the end for Q&A from the audience. But I want to turn to Jason, and again, maybe this also will go back to Ron a little bit, is, as I said earlier, a lot of you folks maybe aren't, you know, ready to buy a truck, but maybe you're in a situation where you got to start thinking about getting a truck. a zero emission vehicle. Prologis, you guys offer a lot of solutions that will help people if they, if they're not ready to jump into putting chargers in on site or whatever the case is. What's some of your advice, Jason, as far as things that folks need to think about as they go zero emission truck? And how can you or a company like Forum, I'll ask you, Ron, after that, help folks as they, I don't want people to think you just have to go out and spend a whole bunch of money on a truck and a whole bunch of money on infrastructure, because there are a lot of solutions. Jason, I'll turn it over to you for that.
Yeah, so, and I'll try and weave it into some of the previous questions that have been discussed. Kevin was talking a little bit about the, larger range battery capacity means larger charging kind of capacity requirements, right? And, we were just talking about this idea of, should we be focusing on long haul? It's 50% of, or about 50% of the on trucks or kind of the trucks on the road, right? So there's still a big chunk of trucks that are, more ready today, right? And if you think about the innovation we've seen over the past couple years, if that's any indication of what's to come over the next few, I'm pretty bullish on our ability to get to kind of 100% fleet electrification, inclusive of long haul, even though we kind of say, well, are we ready today to solve long haul? And if we aren't, then this whole thing is uninteresting. But I think that's a misguided kind of viewpoint. But really to answer the core of your question there, Bruce, we've talked to hundreds of fleet owners and operators, big and small, and they often don't own the underlying real estate for where they would like to. So as Alexa was mentioning, she's talked about a lot of areas in and around the ports and some of the activity that she's doing to electrify there, some of the time overnight and that is available to her, but does she own all of those properties? Maybe some, but in this space, in the industrial space, it's more than, I would say 90% of assets are really not owned by the kind of folks operating out of there, or maybe even more. So, now you have to think about your lease term. Do you have 3, 5, 10 years left on your lease? Knowing that the infrastructure itself that gets installed, whether it's level 2 for some overnight charging or for fast charging for maybe more throughput overnight, or for some of that opportunity charging, or to kind of augment some of the different routes, or more likely the combination of all of the above, those assets last for 30 years. It's really hard to make a 30-year asset pencil in 3 years.
Yeah.
So how can you, and I think that's where, when you talk about TCO, it's depending on whose mission it is to either promote or squash kind of this industry, they're going to take a cut of that TCO argument that's more favorable to kind of their narrative. So my narrative is, I want to activate this community. We see the opportunity, and we came to take a landlord real estate viewpoint where I can install something monetize it over 30 years, but across 3, 4, maybe 5 customers during that time. So that customers are looking to right size kind of their portion of that investment, versus trying to take that entire thing and fit it into 4 years left on their lease. So that's how you get to diesel parity from a TCO statement in the conversion to what we do is and the way we do that is charging as a service, right? So we convert that entire investment into a kilowatt hour, and we sell that kilowatt hour kind of on a known quantity, so exactly what you're buying. So Alexa knows exactly what she's getting at her given facilities in SoCal. She's able to build that into kind of her financial metrics, and then if she's able to renew at that property, fantastic. We continue kind of the investment if she has to leave, also no problem. We expect someone else to come in to have similar zero emission goals, given they're only going to get more and more stringent, and those requirements are going to grow. So hopefully that helps a bit, Bruce.
That helped a lot. That was the perfect way to answer that. You took my relatively too basic question and gave a great answer to it. Thank you, Jason. So we are getting a little short on time, but I want to ask a question, and I'm going to ask it of each of our folks. I said I was going to go to Ron after this. I'm going to go to him anyway, but I think the question will be really similar to, or the answer, whatever, will be very similar to this question. So the question I want to ask everybody, and let's try and do it in a minute or less. So I'm really going to put you on the spot here. What's the biggest challenge, and what's the best solution, or what is a great solution that you see coming? Ron.
Well, just to piggyback on the truck cost real quick, there are a lot of incentives out there. So that's the first thing, when the daunting truck cost, and some of them are stackable. They're from different agencies. So again, understanding that and learning about that is going to be a big factor, as well as the cost of capital and how you're going to finance or lease that truck. Infrastructure, it's all about utilization to get that cost down as well. So there are solutions out there. You just have to start digging in, like everybody's made a point to state, and pick these partners out, start to learn and educate yourself on all the options. And it's not so hard once you dig in. But that all being said, as far as the biggest challenges, I think we're going to have a panel after this on infrastructure. I think infrastructure, obviously, even if a truck is free and light and does everything you want it to do, without the infrastructure in place, you're not going to get anywhere. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges, is figuring out where you're going to be able to charge your truck, and then starting to get into which truck you're going to get, how you're going to capitalize it and finance it, and then looking at the net numbers of your TCO and your expected cost based on your use cases. So all that process, the whole thing has its challenges, but with the right guidance, you can get down the pathway from start to finish.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Lisa, same question to you. Biggest challenge and solution?
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge is educating yourself. Understanding this technology is a value system that's like metrics, right? Understanding what a kilowatt is and a kilowatt hour. Those both create costs. The kilowatt hour is the energy side, and when you plug in and charge that vehicle, you're getting kilowatts associated with a rate design. So when you're running on your own meter, what does that mean, right? We all don't even probably know that from our own household, and then we just pay a bill. So I think if you could just get out of the mindset of trying to worry about the technical aspects and just drive the truck and learn from that experience, you'll find many, many things don't really change, except for you're dealing with a new behavior, which is called charging. Just need to plug that vehicle in. And I'll just kind of, give something to think about here. When I ask somebody, they're always worried about the range. I don't think range is really the issue. I think it's just getting on the road and learning what it can and can't do, because hypothetically, a driver is going to drive a shift. Let's say it's 10-hour shift. If I ask that driver, well, how many miles per hour do you drive? Let's just say he just says 50. All right. 50 times 10, 50. You do 500 miles a day? The answer is no. So what you can determine is there's many minutes in that day that driver has available, and determining how that route would support charging in between. If I plugged in for 10 minutes, at 350 kilowatts, you're going to find yourself getting a bump up of another 20 miles. And so when you start really get out of the math, just drive and create the behaviors, you'll find a solution is there for 90% of the routes. I kid you not. I've been doing this since 2015. So my hope is that, just start driving, getting out there and test driving. At Tom's Trucks, we actually have a new rental division that we opened up, and we call it our Try Before You Buy program. The innovative small electric fleet program is a program just for fleets. It also provides rentals daily, weekly, monthly. There are so many programs out there, you guys, just let you test without any investment up front till you get comfortable.
Yeah. No, and the whole idea of getting another 20 or 30 miles is something really critical. Everybody says, well, it takes me an hour and a half to charge my truck. You need it charged probably overnight, but it's a different style of thinking, how you operate. zip in here, get 20 miles, get 30 miles. And pretty soon that truck with a range of 150 or 200 miles, if you just use the battery up, get you 350 miles. I am going to turn over to Chris and ask you the same question. Biggest challenge and a solution.
Thanks, Bruce. And I hope this isn't too redundant with the first two answers, but I would say just from my experience, the biggest challenge is just figuring out first what you don't know. I think that's the first thing. So Lisa mentioned, things like power and energy and how that impacts you. And I think that's really important to just put a foot out there and start talking to people. When I started working with heavy vehicles on electrification back in 2015 as well, on the transit side, there was a lot of questions at that time as to how applicable battery electric vehicles were going to be for most of the routes. And I think a lot of the prevailing opinion at that time was that things probably weren't going to work. But of course, there's some early adopters, first movers. There's a lot of help out there to get them there, whether it's grants, incentives, partners, the vehicle OEMs play a role in that, the charger OEMs, the service providers. I think, again, just putting yourself, in that case, they were putting themselves in positions to just get the vehicles out there, get the operating miles, understand how the technology can work, and then use that information to help inform. And then as a community, in that sense, I think there was a lot of information exchange and knowledge that was put out there. So for the trucking side today, I think it's very similar and analogous. I think there's a lot of noise. There's probably a lot of ways that this can be overcomplicated. But I think putting a foot out there, trying to understand what you don't know, aligning yourselves with partners that can help you figure that out in the beginning. Zero Emission is one, but there are many others, companies like CalStart, HVIP programs, the utilities have lots of resources as well. There's lots of avenues in which you can get information to help inform just what do I need to know and how do I take that first step. So I think that's really encouraging. And I do see, fleets putting themselves out there. I think what Alexa and the team are doing, many other operators are doing as well, is very encouraging. And we should all learn from that and see how that can be adapted into your specific use case, whatever that may be.
Yeah, and you said maybe it was redundant. It's not redundant because it's the important thing, right? It is a new world. One of the things you mentioned, when you started in this, you didn't, it looked like things weren't going to work. If what you're hearing is something from a couple years ago, somebody said, yeah, I got this electric truck. I got in I don't know, 2022, and it's, got hardly any miles or whatever. That's the Stone Age. I mean, this industry is growing so rapidly. I've been to the last 3 ACT Expos, and it just is stunning how much new stuff comes on board all the time. So it really is about finding out what's out there now. All right, I am going to turn over to Jason and ask you the same question. Biggest challenge and a solution.
Sure. I think the biggest challenge right now is uncertainty. And in the macro market, you have a presidential election and regulations being questioned in the courts, and that creates uncertainty for folks. And on the micro level, you have a job that has a new network of stakeholders to engage on the decision to go electric. So sustainability teams like Alexa on the call, and finance teams, legal, and so on. So what I do know to be the case is on the other side of uncertainty is going to be a continued movement toward a zero emission future, regardless of how those uncertainties play themselves out. So I think take a stand, be part of that solution today. I think be a champion inside your team. I guarantee it will advance your career, if nothing else. So even if your pilot efforts are super challenging, I think each challenge will make your learning that much more irreplaceable within your organization. So yeah, I would say jump in both feet and don't hesitate.
Thank you. And last, please, Alexa, what is the biggest challenge you foresee and what solutions do you use for it?
Yeah, so I would say the biggest challenge, like everybody's kind of talking about, is the education, right? There's definitely information out there, but it is somewhat of an overload of info, can be when you're first looking into it. there's also so many acronyms. So, you know, that's already a little bit of an issue because you're trying to figure out what they're even talking about. But biggest thing that I can say is getting partners that can help. So I'm talking about, right, grant writing, infrastructure, obviously, partnering with the right OEMs that you have a good relationship with, partnering with the zero emissions, be able to kind of understand the data, right? This is completely new to, you know, how are you going to dispatch? How fast is it charging, et cetera? Partnering with those public charging infrastructure teams. Jason mentioned the internal teams, right? So I'm talking about external teams. The internal teams are just as important, right? So getting your finance teams involved, you know, even marketing and communications, like those types of things can help you out in at least providing value or showing value to be able to get, you know, the okay to invest in this technology, you know, due to some of those, you know, non-monetary advances. So then the last thing, obviously, biggest challenge is the infrastructure, right? So, you know, there's not necessarily in California, but in other states, there's lack of clean energy. In California, there's a lack of capacity to some degree, right? So looking into the future, right, NFI was able to, for our JETSI project, we have installed 1 megawatt of solar on our warehouse next door that feeds into 7.7 megawatt hours of battery energy storage. So that's more, you know, to support our 350 kilowatt fast chargers. That isn't necessarily to turn it completely clean, but it's more to offset those costs of, you know, peak time usage and all of that. And I can see Bruce shaking his head because that's where we talked about earlier, right? OpEx costs, we see them go down. And I am a fleet that we have seen the OpEx costs go down, but they're only going to go down if you are getting a good kilowatt hour price. And if you're charging at, you know, peak time, then, you know, it's just not beneficial. But where you could see a benefit is partnering with some of those charging providers and those public charging, because most of that's going to be peak time that you need some opportunity charging. And that's more of a flat rate model, you know, or, you know, can be in different models depending on how obviously you're planning to work with them. But I would definitely say get educated as much as you can and find the right partners.
Yeah, no, and peak costs, things like that, managing that, as I said earlier, it is a new world. I'm not gonna, you know, stand up here and say, oh, it's all simple. There's so many complicated things, new things to think about, and there's a lot of folks out there to kind of help you. Our next panel, of course, is on infrastructure. Miriam, the host, is gonna have a big job because there's gonna be a lot of good questions. We're going to open it up to a little bit of Q&A from the audience right now. Tomi, so you know, we'll probably run about 5 minutes long. My producer back there, I mess with him. He hates me. I'm pretty sure he's, don't do that. But we'll run a little bit long. I want to give you guys a chance to ask some questions of us. So open it up. We have folks with mics. Question over here, please.
Hi, good morning. Public charging stations were mentioned as a, you know, like interim solution while we figure out some of the charging or infrastructure. Is there any resources available to locate where those public charging stations are, or how do you find out where the public charging stations are?
You know, I'll just quickly, and then if anybody on the panel wants to jump in. Of course, we will be talking more about infrastructure specifically in the next panel. There are resources online. Somebody here probably knows better than I do. If you look at our truck stop website, just do a search for CARB truck stop. There will be information there on a variety of things. We're trying to make it a lot better. In fact, the person that just handed you the mic is trying to make it a lot better and easier to use. But we will try and lead you to all the resources we know about. But does anyone on this panel have a quick place to go? Or maybe we'll just leave it because I know some of the people on this panel are on the next panel also.
Yeah, I mean, there's an advocate in the industry named Ollie Danner that started a website called ZEVs. So he's doing a great job in trying to collaborate and get that information out there so that you know who the providers are. And we don't we're not heavily subscribed ourselves yet even, as much as some of the others in the space, but I think it's a useful tool, and others hopefully will develop like that, which could be used to find out where there are charging depots or stations available, and who different providers are that you can turn to. So that's definitely one resource that you
Yeah,
can look.
and Ron, that's a super good resource. I'd suggest that as well. And then there's also, I mean, what you've seen in the light duty space with PlugShare and some of the work that they've done, I think has been, I think our business, Ron and my business, and kind of the discussion day will evolve into that, I think, over time. But right now you can imagine some of this, it's more onesie twosie. And as far as like what's been developed and built. And so it is more relationship, I think, at this moment, for kind of broader awareness of where those are. And then a lot of announcements get made when they come to market. But as you could imagine, these are some of the stuff that Ron's doing, that we're doing. It's a multi-million-dollar project where developing a site takes 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, and making sure there's a lot of due diligence that we do, from getting entitlements and permitting and things of that nature, that I think lend itself to not stating everywhere where we plan to be, because we want to get clearer on when it's actually going to hit the market, and so get further along that development path. But you can always work directly with kind of the providers in the field to, I think, get clarity about where those assets are planned to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Inforum is doing a lot to expand their networks. You'll have another panelist on the infrastructure panel that is expanding their networks. There are even truck stops, traditional truck stops, that have even pursued funding, even through federal grants, to start putting in zero emission chargers and get some experience. See a question? Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Lisa.
I was just going to add, we as a dealer, we also provide dealer driver training. So some of these other experiences that are necessary for you, those are part of the protocol that happens for training. And I think in the next panel, you'll hear a lot of solutions when it comes to what will be available. Some of our OEMs are also starting to provide this in your dashboard. So you'll have a link. The Ford does that. We've got Isuzu coming out this year too. So there's a lot of solutions that will be new to you, but that'll become part of the driver training.
And Tommy, by the way, I am watching the clock, so. Yes, sir.
One of the solutions that are coming out that I've seen, I live in the Inland Empire.
There you go.
Yep. And out there is Watt EV. They're putting up depots for Class 8 vehicles. One is in San Bernardino. Another one I've seen is in Paris. So they really are trying to be strategic as where they're placing these charging stations, because they do understand the industry that they're in and the customers that they're trying to reach. And I always like to say, from this industry, we're all agents of change. We're all here to make sure we're getting over that Rogers curve of adoption, to bring it down and make sure everybody has infrastructure and charging in place. So those facilities are out there. PlugShare is a great app to use. I use that one all the time. And I'm a big fan of Electrify America too. So there's a lot of EV charging stations that are out there. You just got to know how to find them.
And you can hear me stand up here all you want and say, hey, it's really growing, because I happen to see a lot of that data come through. But it is really growing. Just, watch your local area. As the gentleman back there said, he's even seen some around. It's growing rapidly. Any other questions? Did we?
Alexa.
Good morning. The question actually I have is, are state agencies eligible for grants and startup costs?
So, what? I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you to ask that in just a moment. But Alexa, I'm sorry. Alexa, you wanted to say something.
It's okay. You're good. Now I forgot.
Oh, that's all right. So you wanted to know about grants and I'm sorry, please ask that again.
Are state agencies eligible for grants and startup costs?
When you say startup, they are eligible for grants. Now, I'm not going to speak for the California Energy Commission. The California Energy Commission are the folks that oversee infrastructure and the incentive fundings for that. Are they eligible for grants under for vehicles through our programs? Yes, they are. When you say startup costs, though, what specifically other than a vehicle or?
It would be basically the vehicles and also the infrastructure for putting in. So
Again, the next panel will probably know a little bit more about CEC for sure. Well, I'm fairly certain.
Yeah.
Probably know right now.
Yeah, the programs do correlate together. As a fleet, if you buy realistically 2 trucks, SCE would pay for the infrastructure, and they give rebates on the equipment. Energize can stock it. So there's many solutions I'll tell you guys out there, especially for small fleets and certain types of vocations. So your dealers can help you with that. The different OE providers here can help as well. So there's lots of solutions.
To make a comment, it's more of like kind of going back to what we just talked about as well, is it's that information overload, right? What kind of incentives can I get, and where's the public infrastructure? All of that, to even on my side, right, is almost an information overload. So I think some of those different methods that we use are very helpful. It's just, got to find that right partner that can kind of guide me through it, at least for this first transition, would be my 2 cents.
And I said we're not going to talk today. We don't have a real session on infrastructure, but I'll throw out a couple things along these lines. That's absolutely right. There are so many sources. Your local air district, okay? For those of you that are down here, SoCal, South Coast, your local utilities, many of them, at least all of the 3 big major, what are called IOUs, investor-owned utilities, have programs that will help you. A lot of the POUs, I come from Sacramento, we have SMUD. It's a publicly owned utility, so it has an elected board and so forth. Many of those have programs. Federal government programs, state programs, the ports have programs. So there's a lot of places that you need to look. And again, we're trying to consolidate many of them on that truck stop website. It's a big job. Ask around and find your experts. We're going to take one more question from the audience. Right here, sir. Thank you, Melissa. Oh, whoever beats him. Yep, Melissa's going to make it there first. Oh, we had one more. Okay.
So I have a question about how does the EV truck impact the payload? I mean, just in general, right? The batteries are extremely heavy, and you're reducing your payload capacity. What is that? What have you guys heard, at least in particular, like Tom or yourself? Excuse me.
Yeah. Go ahead. So that's a great question. Specs are always available to us as far as on our each of our vehicles. I'll kind of just go through. Isuzu's done something really creative, I thought. They've got 5 different types of design for their electric truck. It's going from a 50 kilowatt hour battery pack size all the way up to 180 kilowatt hour battery pack size. And of course, within that, you're going to get from a 9,000 pound payload all the way down to maybe 11,000 or all the way up to 11,000 pound payload, depending on the battery pack size. So it does play a part. And of course, the range is a direct a result of what you're going to end up with based on battery pack size. So the point of that design is no different than getting out on the road and figuring out what works for you, is understanding what that route is that you're going to use it on, understanding what the payload is that you want to drive it on. And I will tell you this, every single day with this technology change, there is a concession that you're going to make. It is not going to be business as usual, as we're hearing today. So be open-minded, but when you will say 50 cents a mile, I guarantee you'll think about 50% a mile. You'll be thinking differently about how much you really do appreciate the change. And it's much easier than it sounds, but I think it's all about just getting started so that you're comfortable.
Were you referencing Class 8 in particular, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. The current EV weight ranges that, from my understanding, is 21.8 up to 29.5, depending on the OEM for battery electric. Obviously, that's 5 to several thousand, 5 to 10,000 more than typical diesel. So yeah, there is a weight consideration. The gross weight allowance for zero emissions is at 82, so they're giving you 2. It's not enough. We really need that to be higher to be really get things in parity. So for now, the good news is you don't have to flip your whole fleet over in one day, though, or 1 year. you're able to look at your lighter freight mixes and those duty cycles that can fit to get started. And hopefully, as you transition over the next 5 to 10 years, you know, those restrictions change and the technologies change that reduce weight in the trucks to where you can get more parity with diesel and have everything work out easier down the road. But to start, you have to keep those things in mind and strategize accordingly, pretty much.
And we are really out of time. I know there's probably some other questions and some other comments, but we do need to move on. But that is also, I will say quickly, another reason to look at the battery size you need. Lighter, fewer kilowatts, lighter battery, cheaper battery. Do you need the biggest battery? As Ron said, they also give you a 2,000 weight allowance on the top end to 82 instead of 80. All right, everybody, we're going to take a 15-minute break, which will run a little bit long. So that clock's 5 minutes fast over there. Be back here about 10:20. There's a lot of vendors out there. Please go talk to them, some trucks if you want to take a look. And thank you all very much. And we'll have our next panel on infrastructure in about 15 minutes or so. And thank my panelists. You guys were awesome, by the way.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I'm CARB. I don't deserve it. They do, though. Thank you, Ron.
CARB, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, yeah.
Of course. And you guys are both on the next panel? No, you're not. You are. Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember.
My seat warm.
There you go. And great answers, you guys. Really, really helpful.
Hi, Les, are you there?
Yes, to the crucial backbone of transportation electrification, which is infrastructure. And as we heard in the previous panel, infrastructure is an important factor in transportation electrification. We have 5 wonderful panelists today joining us from Forum Mobility, Watt EV, Gauge Zero, Frontier Energy, and one from Prologis Mobility attending us virtually. Just the structure of this panel, first I will invite each panelist to share with us what roles they have within the context of infrastructure, and also share their experience with us, help fleet in navigating this transition to zero-emission vehicle. And fleet can make informed decision with their experience and insight. Then we're going to have a brief discussion with the question, and in the end, I will open the floor to questions during the Q&A session. And with that, I wanted to invite each panelist, give them about 3 minutes to share with us about their roles and their expertise. Let's start with Tony Williamson from Gauge Zero. Tony.
Good morning. Before I start, I'd like to thank CARB and SCE.
I think it's on.
Good morning. Okay. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank CARB and SCE for this opportunity to share our experience and knowledge. My name is Tony Williamson. I am Director of Business Development and Sustainability for Gauge Zero. Gauge Zero is an Austin-based developer, owner, and operator of electric truck hubs. Even though we're based in Austin, we have a national footprint. We have facilities here in California, in Fontana. We also have facilities up in Washington. And a couple of weeks ago, we just announced Alliance, Texas. With Gauge Zero, what we try to do is provide convenience for the customer, reliability, and ease of transition into the infrastructure. Now, we are technology neutral, but we work with the customer to make sure that they have the proper equipment so they're able to scale. Now, my background, I have 39 years in trucking. I started early. I have, for the past 17 years, I worked with a drayage provider here in Southern California. In the last 14 years, I worked directly in sustainability. We were able to demonstrate 14 hydrogen fuel cell trucks, 16 battery electric trucks, and the trucks that you see out on the road today, we probably had a hand in on the demonstration of those for the regulatories before they approved those trucks.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony. Let's move to Salim Yousafzadeh from Watt EV.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Salim, the CEO of Watt EV. Happy to be here and tell you guys a little bit about what we do. So the mission of Watt EV has always been to help accelerate the transition to zero emissions heavy-duty trucking. And we started with the goal of building out public truck charging infrastructure, primarily on the West Coast. And to date, we've got 4 sites that are online. That includes the Port of Long Beach, San Bernardino, Gardena, and our biggest site to go online in Bakersfield. We know infrastructure is a huge challenge, and we wanted to make sure that that isn't an excuse. And so we started early building out the sites. And beyond the 4 sites, we've got over 15 sites that go from San Diego all the way up to Seattle, Washington, covering the entire West Coast. So those are all in the works. They've got shovel-ready grant funding tied to them, and will be online in the next several years. But we also want to design infrastructure in a way that is future-proof and technology agnostic. And that's where we created a subsidiary of Watt EV to develop just that. And all of our chargers have the latest high-speed charging in them that goes all the way up to 350 kilowatts. So you can charge the trucks that exist today in about 2 to 3 hours. But where we see the technology going is megawatt charging. And that's where reducing the dwell time becomes crucial, to get from, the drayage and middle mile to long haul freight. A trucker doesn't want to sit there and wait 2 to 3 hours to charge his trucks. He wants to be able to get his truck back in the operation immediately and start moving freight. And that's where megawatt charging capability can come into play. And so all of our sites are built with that in mind, have conduits ready. And Bakersfield is actually the first site to have a functional megawatt charger installed. Now, beyond the infrastructure piece, we also have the technology and the trucking piece. We've sort of created our own transportation company to test the capabilities of the vehicles so that the drivers don't have to. We want to remove a lot of the unknowns for them. So we've driven over 1.5 million miles to date over the past 1.5 years, mostly moving freight with zero emissions trucks within the Inland Empire area, the ports area, testing all of the trucks between Daimler, Volvo, BYD, and Nikola's, see how they perform in various conditions. And the reason is to build the relationships with the shippers, test the routes, and know what these trucks can perform. So at the end of the day, the owner operators have less unknowns. They know exactly what they can expect to get into. And that's helped tremendously. I mean, we have a lot of relationships now with owner operators where we can go and guide them into saying, okay, these are the stations that we have, these are the routes, these are the trucks, and can help them transition. And then also for the carriers that have, their own electric trucks, they can come in and use our facilities. So most of our facilities are public facing, so they can come in and either domicile the trucks at our facility, or they can come in and do opportunity charging. So we really created a full system solution that covers everything from the infrastructure to the technology, as well as the routes and truck piece as well.
Awesome, thank you, Salim. Let's move to Ron Hunt from Forum Mobility. Ron?
Yeah, I guess I'm reintroducing myself a little bit to some of you. Ron Hunt, I'm the Director of Business Development with Forum Mobility. We are also a charging as a service type provider, building charging depots with dedicated charging offsite solutions for our customers. We have broken ground in the Port of Long Beach. We've also got Rancho Dominguez, the Inland Empire, and Northern California, as well as Seattle, Tacoma, all in early to mid stage development. Most of those, or some of those, will be opening up in the next year or two. We have a pilot customer that we've been operating with in the city of Long Beach for about 1.5 years. So we've actually installed 4 chargers there, been running about 7 trucks. They've got about 13 more trucks being delivered through the rest of this year. We're also installing 2 more chargers. We have an on-site director of operations here with us today, actually, that's based there. And similarly to Salim's organization, we are obviously conducting a lot of in-house testing and operations, with operations and safety being our biggest focus. I actually come from 30+ years in the transportation business myself. So we're making sure the products work correctly. The interoperability with different truck manufacturers is there. We're very agnostic to that. We try to act as a fiduciary when it comes to the trucks, the selection of trucks that best suit our customers. And we want to make sure that the chargers, the trucks, and the site operations are safe and reliable. And again, in a dedicated scenario so that the customer base can actually come in and know that they've got access to their charger. Their chargers will be assigned to them, even stickered, so that they're their own chargers. So we do provide grant and incentive support as well. And we're trying to be a true advisor and a guide and direct our customers into this journey to whatever suits them best in their operations to get started.
Yeah, thank you, Ron. Now move to Chris White from Frontier.
Good morning, everybody. Chris White, Frontier Energy. My favorite thing to do is to talk to strangers. So all of you who had to talk to me this morning, thank you. If you haven't talked to me yet, beware. Frontier Energy is a consultant. We provide professional services, mostly for fleets, fleets from municipalities to farms, drayage operators, water agencies, you name it, we do it. We have been working with zero-emission vehicles since the 1990s, when we both operated the first testing center for charging stations on behalf of the state of California and created the hydrogen fuel cell partnership, which we continue to operate. I myself love all flavors of zero-emission vehicles, but I will tell you, I drive a fuel cell vehicle. I have Honda Clarity number 3. That's my VIN number. You want to talk about challenges, try telling the DMV that your VIN is 3. Took me a long time to get my vehicle registered, but now I have a license plate. So I am here today to represent kind of all flavors of how we do this, but to really help you and challenge you to think about being more than just putting a charging station in the ground or sticking a hydrogen dispenser here, but how it becomes part of your overall operations. My colleague Thomas is sitting back here too. We take a very human-centered approach to this. How do you function? How do you work? How do you buy your fuel today? What are the rules about fueling vehicles? How do you control cost? How do we make sure that we do this in a way that helps your employees do the job that they're doing today and maybe even be able to do it better or with less friction? So with that, I will pass the torch.
Oh, thank you. Wonderful, Chris. I appreciate that. It's great that we have experts on charging infrastructure and we have experts on hydrogen as well. And now, last but definitely not least, our other panelists attending virtually from Prologis Mobility, Les Garrison. I will turn it to you, Les, to introduce yourself to the audience.
Yes, thank you, Miriam. I see a bit of the room here. I feel like I'm doing the Wizard of Oz on the screen here. So I hope the sound is coming through well and the image is clear. But I appreciate the time and good to spend time with the folks in the room. My name is Les Garrison. I lead development for Prologis Mobility. I'm based here in the San Francisco Bay Area. I've spent my entire career in energy and construction, starting in commercial scale wind, but really over the last 7 or so years, focusing entirely on EV charging. So Prologis Mobility is essentially a turnkey zero emissions infrastructure provider, and we do that through our real estate platform. So the mobility business is nested under our parent company, Prologis, which many of you may have interacted with our core real estate side of the team there. We're the largest real estate investment trust in the world, specializing in logistics real estate. So as part of that REIT structure, we own 5,600 buildings, over 1.2 billion square feet, 19 countries. Of that land bank, we also have about $38 billion worth of development potential in land. So we own assets that we've already developed and built and own and operate, but we also have a massive land bank where we're looking to develop other assets, including these mobility hubs and depots I'll talk about here in a minute. So again, the context is that Prologis Mobility is part of this larger Prologis footprint. And so our fleet business is really broken down into 2 types of infrastructure products that we deliver to our customers. So today we've got about 6 sites online, and we broke those up into depots and hubs. Some of the panelists have already described the hub concept, and that's really my primary focus is developing the hubs, but we also do depots. So essentially depots are behind the fence charging infrastructure. It's dedicated to a specific customer at a warehouse. And a hub would be an offsite location that's completely dedicated to charging or fueling. We do both EV charging and hydrogen infrastructure, but those hubs are offsite and they're multi-tenant. So it's not dedicated to just a single customer like our depots behind the fence are. Our latest announcement was a 96 port, 9 megawatt facility in Torrance, California, down in LA County. And it's now the largest US hub in operation in terms of connected load and vehicles served. So we're really happy to announce that with our partner customer, Maersk. But at the end of the day, and then I'll wrap it up here and hand it over to Miriam to run the discussion. But between depots and hubs, we really strive to operate operate a network and provide as much flexibility to our customers as possible. So with the depot model behind the fence, sometimes you run into constraints, whether it's space, capital, or mixing with other operations at the warehouse. So that's one of the reasons why we're leaning into building these larger scale hubs at the 5, 10, 15 megawatt level, where it gives flexibility to our customers to essentially get access to that infrastructure. They may have some behind the fence facilities with us, but they can also contract with us and get access to hubs if they are experiencing constraints at their domiciled location, or if they want to operate their entire fleet off of a hub infrastructure access model. So we have a charging as a service type model with our customers where we'll contract ahead of time and contract specific space at our charging hubs, we also reserve some of those spaces for public opportunistic charging. And we handle the entire value chain, everything from upfront conceptual work with our customers. What do they need? Vehicle procurement, utilization, routes, all the way through design, construction, and then operating those assets. Miriam, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah, wonderful. Les, I want to let you know we can hear you loud and clear, and with the big screen here, we feel like you are in the room with us, so feel free to chime in anytime you want. So, you see, we have a wealth of information here from our panelists that are experts in the infrastructure development, and we are here to learn more about how to set up zero-emission vehicle infrastructure. So I'm going to begin our conversation with understanding of the basic of different type of chargers that are available in the market and how fleets can choose the right type of chargers for their fleets. So I'm going to ask Salim if you can tell us about what is level 1 and level 2 charger, a DC fast charger, and how do we know which are right for our fleet operation? So I'm going to start with that question.
Sure. Yeah. So the level 1 and 2 chargers, those are the AC chargers on the slower end. Most of the time, you'll see those in home installations. The charge rate is probably closer to around 7-8 kilowatts. Would take, Class 8 truck would take a few days to charge on that. And then on the DC side, that's where you have the faster charger. And this deciding the right charger comes down to your dwell time, your duty cycles, and then how you run the trucks. Some truck operators may want to just do 1 charge per day, and that'll be overnight, so they can afford to have a truck sitting there charging for about 7 hours. In which case, you wouldn't need 350 kilowatt charger. You can probably settle for something around 120 kilowatts to do that. But in our scenario, in our installations, typically we'll install always the fastest capable and future-proof it, because we want to be able to accommodate many types of customers. We don't want to just have somebody come in and hog up a charger for 7 hours. Our preference is to have them charge as fast as possible and then be able to move that truck to another location on the site so that that charger is now open for another user. But yeah, I mean, it really depends on how you want to operate your trucks, and then future-proofing the site is always key for us. So when we're doing installations, whether it's behind the fence or public-facing, we're always going to work with the utilities, see how much power is available, how much power we need, and then design the site in a way that we can always either add more or change out the chargers to faster and greater technology later on.
Okay, thank you, Salim. Yeah, right sizing of infrastructure is very important, and maybe not always faster charger is always the best option. It depends on the fleet operation and how it works best for you and your operation. And the follow-up question would be how to balance current needs with the future needs. How would we select the right charger for our current needs and also address our future needs as well?
Yeah, so again, I mean, WattEV, our main focus is on the heavy duty side. So specific to the Class 8 trucks, the trucks that exist today, max charge rate that we've seen on most of the OEMs is about 360 kilowatts. And that still takes about 2 to 3 hours to charge. And that's, the fastest that you can be charging. And we sort of mold to the operational challenges that exist today and find routes to work with that. But when you're designing a site for future needs, we want it to accommodate faster charging, and that's where megawatt charging comes into play. And WattEV really has taken the lead in the initiative to make sure our sites have MCS technology, because at the end of the day, time is money, and we don't want to have a driver sitting there 2 to 3 hours to charge his truck. We want him to be able to charge as fast as possible to be able to move his next freight. So we're working very closely with truck manufacturers to see when we can have MCS capable trucks come into market. But in the interim, we'll have all of our sites have 360 kilowatt chargers plus MCS chargers ready to go, so that when that technology is there, manufacturers can just come in and plug right in and use them.
Okay, thank you. Great information. And now we have a basic understanding of the different type of chargers that are available. And now I want to move on to the initial steps for setting up zero-emission vehicle infrastructure. So the next question for Tony is, who do I contact first to get a site evaluation for infrastructure? Who do I need to talk to about installing chargers at our site?
So business development. So I would say call Tony Williamson at Gauge Zero. But I'm gonna take
there are other solutions as well.
I'm gonna take my sales hat off for a minute. We started. My experience comes from 2015. We had the first battery electric truck here in Southern California in a drayage capacity. And we started green. We did not have any type of information that is out there available now. So we had to scratch and find to figure out what we need to do in order to put in infrastructure to run this truck on a demonstration basis. Now, the OEMs and the distributors have more information than necessary for the individual that wants to electrify their fleet. So I'm gonna say you start with the OEM because you have made that decision in your conference room, your boardroom, that you want to electrify your fleet. That's a major cost. So you already made that decision. Now we work with all of the major OEMs and let them know that we are available to their customers, whether it's in process of negotiating the price or purchasing these trucks, to the infrastructure, whether it's behind the fence or a common area that we have. So we work with the OEMs and tell them where our sites are. And if it comes to where we need to be on site with that customer to make that sale, we are able to do that. So I'll tell you to start with your OEM that you're thinking about purchasing that truck. And then from there, we can expedite the.
Right, thank you, Tony. Any other thoughts on this question? Anyone else wants to chime in?
That guy.
Okay. Yes, utility.
For behind the fence, we're up here, we're actually providing third-party charging depots because the challenges, as Ramiro would let you know from Edison back there, are pretty vast for a trucking company or a carrier. There's a pretty hard, long checklist that's hard to hit all those boxes to put your own chargers in. But to evaluate that, you'd want to reach out to Edison, your utility. They would be the first one to start guiding you through that. And, if you can get some chargers on your own property based on your landlock and your energy and your space, that's always the best thing to do because obviously you don't have any deadheading out to a third-party site. Being that most of the trucking providers out there and carriers don't have that ability or have limited ability, that's why the rest of us exist because we're out there investing tens of millions of dollars per site to develop a turnkey solution for the customer to come and charge offsite. So that would be my 2 cents.
Yeah, that's a great point, Ron. Early engagement with utility is very important. And when it comes to charging infrastructure, it takes a lot of planning, including coordination with different, like with utilities for permitting and a lot of planning for that. And so, Ron, you mentioned about one of the biggest challenge of infrastructure deployment is coordination and timing, the pace and timeline of infrastructure in the previous panel. So I'm going to ask this question. How do you coordinate to ensure infrastructure is installed and vehicle arrives at the same time? What do I do if I have the vehicles, but chargers or hydrogen refueling stations is not available or completed yet? So I'm gonna follow up on that.
Sure. Yeah, that's another one of the many challenges that you have to look at and to overcome. You're trying to obviously align your truck delivery and order with your charging or hydrogen solution, your fueling solution. So that's part of the challenge in architecting, the entire journey into zero emissions. So the reality is, and Ramiro from Edison would be the first to tell you this, it does take a lot of time. So everybody who's here today, who's starting to take some initial steps to learn about zero emissions and the future of transportation, are doing good things because it takes pretty much 1 to 3 years for most installations of your own chargers, or a lot of our charging depots that aren't open yet, could be out 6, 12, 18, 24 months. So you do want to plan ahead. Production of the trucks, there are some available now, depending on the OEM, but a lot of the trucks, sometimes you're going to need 3, 6, 9, even 12 months. And that supply and demand is questionable in the future as things wick up over the next couple of years. You could see supply and demand get to a point where you're going to need a year or two to order your truck. And now you're looking at potentially a year or two to align your charging. And our charging depots will be selling out in future years, and then you're going to be looking for the next charging depot that's going to open. So the early start that everybody here is taking is smart and good, because the timelines are long, and you will want to start to put your program together with some guidance so that you can start aligning things in a way that will hopefully serve you best and execute well with the least amount of lost cost involved. And one last point would be that there are some mobile charging and temporary charging solutions out there. So for those that may have trucks and need charging, or may take delivery of trucks sooner than they have their charging available for whatever reason, please again look to your advisors and your suppliers and partners. There are some temporary solutions out there as well for charging, at least.
Yeah, great advice. Thank you, Ron. I appreciate it. So now just want to move our focus more about on the hydrogen side as well, cover the hydrogen station. So the question could be, once fleets are procuring fuel cell trucks, they might have question about the hydrogen fuel, and we know that the cost of hydrogen fuel is high now. So the question for Chris is that how do you address hydrogen procurement for any hydrogen fueling stations?
It's a kind of a loaded question. I am not sure that any of you would procure hydrogen. I believe that you would use somebody else's hydrogen station. The Nicholas station, a station built by Air Products, something that's going in with Linde or one of the other companies that are building hydrogen stations. So I believe that you will go somewhere else and buy it. However, some of y'all are sitting on a great big tank of methane that you need to mitigate. That would be our wastewater treatment folks. That would be our folks that are operating landfills. A lot of our agricultural providers. So there are other places that there's already natural methane that could become hydrogen. So the question for you all, talking to you water districts, do you want to convert your methane into hydrogen and sell it to other people? Do you want to convert your methane into hydrogen and become a fuel distributor? Goes in a pipeline, somebody else comes and gets it and they use it at that station. I don't have an answer for you today, but we will have an answer soon. The state of California was one of the winners of a Hydrogen Hub Award, where we have more than $1 billion from the Department of Energy to figure out how to produce renewable hydrogen in this state for transportation, light duty, heavy duty, stationary power to put in buildings, to put into the natural gas pipeline to use in industrial processes, and get the price down from where it is today, which is, by the way, price today is ridiculous. I pay for it. I know it's ridiculous. Down to a target of $3 a kilogram. At $3 a kilogram, that's a price delivered with sales tax on it. At $3 a kilogram, that is about quarter of the price of diesel. So that's the goal. Are we going to do it next year? We are not. Are we going to do it within the next 5 years? Maybe. Are we going to do it within the next 10? Absolutely. So I would say for now, the thing is, look at those harder to electrify vehicles, the ones that are going to be tougher to move in a battery. That's a cement mixer. That's going to be that long range truck that has to go up the big hill that Lisa was talking about. That's going to be the water tanker. Look at those. We know that those are coming as hydrogen, and let's be ready to meet the hydrogen truck and the hydrogen supply at the same time.
Great information, Chris. Glad that you brought up the hydrogen hub. And with that hub, we hopefully gonna produce more hydrogen and scale up our hydrogen production and eventually, hopefully reduce the cost of hydrogen. Speaking of the cost, I want to turn it to Leslie to tell us about sharing like your experience with managing timeline and cost, and what are the key tips for success that you wish you had known ahead of time about the managing the timeline and cost of infrastructure?
Sure, thanks, Miriam. I think speaking to the audience from your perspective, it's already been outlined by some of the panelists today, but this infrastructure effort is not for the faint of heart, right? This is a pretty challenging effort, both procuring the vehicles, understanding what vehicles you need, and then matching the timing with your infrastructure so that you are being able to transition your fleet as quickly as possible and you don't have gaps. So I think that the first step is to really consider what it is that you need, and then find the right partner, because the folks in the room here and sitting at the panel have assembled a team of experts that know where to start and know how to deliver customers a final turnkey solution so that you don't have to do it yourself. And so the way I think about this in terms of managing cost and timeline, you always want to look at your long lead issues first. So your long poles in the tent that are going to drive and give you the most headaches over time. I always joke with my team that, you know, your project's going to die 1,000 deaths before it comes online with, with fireworks. So let's figure out what those issues are up front. Typically, it's utility timelines. It's already been brought up, especially if you're talking about 5, 10, 15 megawatts of power, potentially substation upgrades, transmission upgrades. This is going to be a phased process that starts with connecting with the utility, managing expectations, and being very clear about your infrastructure plans. So long lead on power, long lead on your equipment procurement. So whether it's the chargers themselves or the switchgear, if you're taking in a medium voltage service at the site, these can be upwards of 52, 65 weeks lead time for the equipment to get to the site. So always planning for those as early as possible, and then standardizing around a site design. So it's easy to say these are the two, major long lead issues. I guess the third I would state up front that you would look at is if you're starting with a greenfield site, is a CEQA determination and some entitlement pathways. So in many cases, our land bank is already in an industrial location, but because of the mobility hub use, there may still be an entitlement timeline in terms of engaging with the local planning authority, understanding, making sure that you're communicating with that planning authority what the use of the site is, and that they really understand how to classify that from a zoning perspective, because that, along with environmental review, can also be a long pull. So you need to really manage those up front and understand and do site selection based on the quickest path to execution. So those are the three things I would mention on the timeline side. On the cost side, I think the biggest way to get ahead of things is making sure that you're standardizing your site design and that you're future-proofing. So from a standardization standpoint, Prologis Mobility is taking an approach. We have a few select contractors and suppliers that we've partnered with. So we're not entirely technology agnostic, but we are compatible with all the heavy-duty Class 8 trucks on the road. And we have standardized a charging island design for our site, where essentially we have a 600 kW power class system that through power sharing, we're able to get up to 600 kW today out of a single port, or down to 150 kW if 4 vehicles are plugged into that same system. Those power cabinets are also future-proofed for MCS, power sharing among themselves. So to Salim's point earlier, MCS is certainly here in the next 5 years. It may not be here next year, but I am not going to build a site that's based on today's technology. We need to make sure that in 5 to 10 years, even taking the long view up to 30 years, as we do as a property owner, that we can update that technology. So that means thinking about, again, that charging island concept, upsizing those conductors, upsizing the equipment today, also looking at precast trench systems rather than your standard trench conduit and backfill. So we don't have to go in and perform heart surgery on a site to get up to MCS, we can go and use a scalpel, if you will, to access that infrastructure and convert some islands to MCS while leaving others at the similar power class when we started operations at the site. So that all takes planning. That all takes a little bit of additional investment upfront to future-proof, but at the end of the day, you're going to get a lower cost per stall basis and cost per kW basis.
Thank you, Les, for sharing your valuable experience with us. Yeah, you mentioned it takes planning and also financial incentives play a significant role in reducing the total cost of ownership. In the previous panel, we talked about the HVIP program and also the Energize incentive program. Both are administered by CalSTART. And also the CalSTART website, it has a lot of good information. If you want to learn more about the incentives programs are available, the Energize incentive program, the website has good information. But I wanted to ask Salim, what is your advice for getting infrastructure incentives?
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, there's plenty of incentive programs out there. Utilities have their own, which is, on the posters around us, the charge ready transport agreements, they all have some sort of incentives tied to them. There's also CEC grants, Energize grants, SCAG, federal. So there's a ton of grant money out there. And you have to understand which one's right for you, whether your site's public facing or behind the fence. It can change depending on what your use case is. But there's plenty of organizations out there that can help you. WADIV is one of them that can come in and do installations behind the fence for some customers. We'll manage all of the grant aspects of that, figure out which grants to do, because we don't want customers to go out of their way and try to figure out these things. I mean, a lot of owner operators, the drivers, they just want to drive a truck. They don't want to come in and say, what do I have to do to get into an electric truck? What do I have to do to install chargers? We want to remove all of that burden from them and just give them the simplest solution to electrify. So we'll oftentimes manage that for them. And then there's also the penalty side of things. There's the mandates that warehouses have, for instance, on the indirect source rule. There's also the CARB compliance that shows that you have to give summary reporting to, and WADIV manages that to an extent as well. So we'll track all the data on the chargers as well as on the vehicle side to be able to give the accurate information to the customers so that they can show that they're in compliance with the various mandates.
Okay, thank you, Salim. Also, Truck Stop website has great information about the incentives programs as well. So another question about another concern about the charging infrastructure is the reliability. And I want to ask Ron, how are you managing reliability in your fleets? Do you have any plans in case of emergency, public service power shut off or breakdown, or any on-site generation or battery energy storage system? How fleets can address and enhance reliability for their infrastructure?
Yeah, as mentioned earlier, for mobility in particular, we are very focused on operations and safety. So again, my colleague Neil here is actually at the back of the room. He's our director of on-site operations. So he's been with us almost a year now at our pilot customer. Actually, we've been through charger change outs, different trucks. He's also set up safety programs and designing safety programs to scale at our depots as well. So safety is always the first priority, should be in any business. So we're taking that very, very heavily and making sure that our safety programs are in place, and operational programs are second to that as well. When it comes to battery backup, solar arrays, there's definitely a lot of great technologies out there like that we want to continue to tap into. Right now, a lot of it's return on investment. So you have to be leery of whether or not those investments are going to be able to be sustainable for the cost to the customer. So ideally, yeah, every site has huge solar arrays over it and has huge battery backups and all kinds of redundancies, maybe even V2G, which is vehicle to grid technologies. There's others out there that I call if and when technologies. They haven't really kicked in fully, and we don't know when they will. So it's just, it's a cautious effort by each company to figure out what they think is going to best serve their customers and what's going to be affordable at the end of the day, because the cost of doing business on the front end is increasing for a lot of carriers, and they need to mitigate that as much as possible. So Forum's trying to look at ways that we can do that without increasing cost to the customer too much, but giving them that reliability and redundancy that they're going to need.
Great, great. Yeah, there are, like, yeah, as you mentioned, there are different solutions available out there, and fleets should know like what options or solutions work best for them again. So yeah, that was a great discussion. We have, before we transition into the Q&A session, I would like to ask and turn it over to all the panelists here and ask in a minute or less, can you summarize about what are the main challenges in deploying infrastructure and also a solution to address that challenge? So I want to start from Tony and then move in the room and then turn it to Leslie.
Okay. The main challenge is going to be planning and patience in that order. In order to put an infrastructure in, and it's going to be a tremendous cost to the business, that you have to plan out. You have to get with your utilities and find out, number one, if your property is a candidate to receive electrical infrastructure. And then if you do have electrical infrastructure on site, is that property available for an upgrade? Then you have to get with the OEMs and make sure that the trucks that you're purchasing, to make sure that those trucks can handle what you want to put, what kind of charging needs you need. You got to make sure you marry the charger with the truck, and then make sure that the charger has enough power to get the information so you can operate 5-6 days a week. So it's planning, and then also patience. It's not going to happen overnight. Like Ron had said, it's going to take anywhere from 2 to 3 years sometime to bring power to a site. So you got to be able to have backups, plan A, B, and C. That might be solar, that might be compressed natural gas, or battery packs. But you got to be able to plan and have patience when you're putting your plan together.
Great, thank you, Tony. Salim?
Yeah, similar to you, Tony. I would say it's the timing. Infrastructure takes a long time. Long Beach took us 14 months from when we had site control. Bakersfield took 3 years. San Bernardino took 2 years. And utility is one side of it, but I think permitting is another side that we didn't really touch on. Permitting also takes a tremendous amount of time, and utilities face those same challenges from the permitting side. There are fortunately new regulations coming into play to sort of streamline that, but it still takes time. So reach out to your local jurisdiction and city authorities early on, reach out to utilities early on, start those discussions and see what you can do. There are, as Tony mentioned, temporary solutions that you can deploy, whether it's generators or battery storage and so forth. But again, it just still takes time. And there's going to be carriers that have behind the fence charging that still isn't sufficient, and they'll need public infrastructure. Owner operators can't afford any sort of behind the fence charging. So there's still a huge need for public infrastructure. So start the conversations early, contact WattEV if you need help.
Thank you, Tony. Ron?
Yeah, we're all going to be saying the same thing here to some extent, but everybody that's here today and everybody that's taking these initial steps to start learning are doing it at the right time. Last year would have been better. Next year is going to be worse. So now is always the time. So as long as you're starting to understand, ask these questions, align yourself with the right people, you can start to understand what that checklist is and what you're looking at. But at the end of the day, yeah, charging infrastructure is the big elephant in the room, and getting your own will be a daunting task. As expressed here, our third-party solutions that some of us are providing, if the location's correct and the relationship's correct, it might be a good fit if you can make the utilization of the charger work well. It's a turnkey solution for a lot of carriers, so they really do appreciate having those opportunities. But as far as your own goes, behind the fence, as they call it, yeah, you just definitely want to start that process early. The permitting, the utilities, they'll work with you, but to Salim's point, sometimes you're going to have some pretty major setbacks. You can even get to a point where you're ready to actually plug in power with utility, and that could end up taking several months to actually get connected. So the same sentiment will continue to be broadcast here, planning and patience for sure.
Great. Chris?
I am not going to talk about permitting because I don't build charging stations like these guys do. I would say I'm going to give you two quick things. The first is do not make this an impulse buy. We want you all to get a couple of trucks. We want you to get a charging station, but limit yourself to that as your impulse buy. Wait until you've planned everything out to finish your construction process. I would say 90% of our customers say, we got one and we put it in the ground and I don't know what we were thinking because now we can't back the bus up. You know, there are all sorts of considerations in there, but don't let that stop you from getting the one. And sometimes all you really need to do that one first little pickup truck is a charging station you buy off Amazon and clips into a breaker that you already have. So don't let that stop you. Do let it stop you before you buy 50. Really look at your operations and think about how you're doing it today. And when I say operations, I'm talking about funding capital projects. How does your company or your organization fund other capital projects like a new building? Because you're going to fund this the same way. How are you going to plan this and who do you have involved? Have you talked to HR? Have you looked at your labor agreements about who charges vehicles? Have you looked at your operation procedures that may say every single vehicle has to be filled up every single night so it is ready for an emergency? Take a look at those things and understand what might need to shift or change. Think about take-home vehicles. You know, if you've got a lot of employees who take home vehicles, let them charge their vehicles at home. Then you don't have to build infrastructure for them. Certainly you're not going to do that with your tanker truck or your fire truck, but there are other things that could go home. The other thing that you really want to look at is how will your business grow over time? What does capacity mean? Capacity means a lot of things. It can mean the number of slots you have in a panel. It can mean the number of electrons that are coming through a wire. It can mean the amount of time that your people have to do this. So when people start using that word capacity, ask them to break it down and ask what they mean by that so that you're marching forward.
Great. Thank you, Chris. And I want to turn it to Les.
Chris, I like that characterization of capacity and making sure that that's clear. It's a really good point. So there's no shortage of technical constraints here. We've discussed them ad nauseum. So I think I'll wrap up by saying I think a challenge that's really important for the group to consider is who you select as a charging infrastructure partner. So starting with your landlord is not a bad place to start. We've talked about a lot of the challenges with behind the fence developments, and your landlord's going to be your first line of defense there in terms of understanding what's possible and then partnering with you to get it done. There's a good chance it might be Prologis, and we can handle both the vehicle side, infrastructure side, and of course your space needs. But finding the right partner who can understand what you need, and then balance a solution between behind the fence charging as well as public facing or offsite charging. Somebody that can do all of the above will really give you the most flexibility in terms of network access and flexibility to electrify on your terms.
Thank you, Les. Thank you all the panelists for sharing their experience, their expertise. This has been very informative discussion. And to summarize the main point that mentioned here, it takes a lot of planning. Early engagement with utility is important, with the permitting department, and also to understand your needs. A unit, if you have a landlord, talk to your landlord about the installing of the chargers at their site and how it will benefit their investment and their property as well. So these are the great points we talk about. And now we're going to transition into the Q&A session. And I'm going to open the floor for the question. If you have any question, please raise your hand and one of our staff will bring the microphone to you. Any question about the infrastructure? Okay, Lisa.
Hi there. I just wanted to add on to Chris's comment as it relates to the hydrogen. So some of what we're doing to assist on this particular type of technology is, along with Nikola, they've got their brand, which is Hyla. Hyla is bringing trailers into certain types of properties that are located in certain corridors. Tom's Trucks will be opening up one at the end of, let's say pretty much the summertime, we'll be opening up with a trailer and we'll add a second trailer. So there are solutions, and they're bringing in about $12 to $15 a kilogram. It's being literally subsidized by Hyla. So I just want to make sure that we're not losing some of the aspects that some of the OEMs and some of the providers are doing to really make sure you guys get an experience in technologies that you might be interested in when the pricing could generally be too high right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, there are different like solutions available. As you mentioned, mobile refueler for hydrogen fuel cell, also mobile charger for the battery electric vehicles.
Yeah, you know, I should say too, I talked about how high the price of hydrogen is. It's included with my car. So I actually don't pay for it out of pocket. And many of the truck OEMs, Kenworth does that as well. It is included with the price of the truck, so you're actually not paying out of pocket for it. So don't let that be the deterrent right now. But long-term, it's something that we're going to see. It potentially, we've been doing some modeling on how things cost and what it costs to drive 100 miles on different fuels and different times of day and different utility districts and how you make the fuel. And all of it right now, y'all, is modeling. So modeling in real world, we are going to see how it proves out. The truth is, as you move into a zero emission vehicle, it is going to cost less than what we're doing today. And the beauty of it is too, is that we will have multiple ways of making our fuel and multiple ways of using the fuel. And that's really the important part.
Yeah, thank you. Great point, Chris. Any other question from the audience?
Can I say one thing, because this came up in the early panel? Somebody asked, how do you find the stations today? This is brand new, y'all. On the Energy Commission website, the Energy Commission has a dashboard of many things: car sales, truck sales, so on and so forth. Just last week, they published a dashboard that shows the locations of state-funded truck stations for hydrogen and battery electric vehicles. So you're going to see the Watt EV stations, you're going to see the Forum stations, you're going to see the Prologis stations, you're going to see the ones that are going into TEC equipment and the ones that are at the Kenworth Pape dealerships. You're going to see all of those. They are still looking for feedback on how to make that map really usable. So right now it delineates between hydrogen and charging stations. What I asked them to do is to show those that are open, in construction and planned, because a lot of them have been funded, and y'all just heard, takes a little while to go from funded to operational. Please take a look at that. It's on the CEC dashboard website. Please give them feedback on how that map can be more usable for you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, actually, I wanted to bring it up because it was asked during the last session that how we can find out where these public charging and hydrogen stations are located, and CEC dashboard is going to be up soon and be available publicly soon, but now they have beta version. Now they are receiving feedback on the version that they have, but the CEC dashboard will be a great tool to identify the public charging and hydrogen stations available in the market for medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicles. Okay, any other question for our great panelists on the infrastructure? Okay, one question here.
So my question is directed more towards Salem. You mentioned there's a megawatt charger in Bakersfield. Approximately how long does that take to charge a Class A truck? Or
Yeah, it'll take about 30 minutes to charge a truck. The issue now is that there is no truck out there that can take megawatt speeds. The Tesla Semi is the closest thing to it. It charges at around 750 kilowatts, and then that's entering mass production in 2026.
do you or anybody anticipate charging becoming more like, I guess, how we fuel our cars now at any point over the next 10, 20, 30 years?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're that's why we sort of created, the charging technology subsidiaries to have more control over that and to push that industry forward. So we do imagine a state where it's just like your regular fuel pumps where you just pull up in 10 minutes, you'll be able to charge and leave.
So I would imagine your infrastructure now is starting to be built in that direction, right? Thinking long term.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as a lesson pro, I'll just mention also, we're looking at ways to develop the sites so that it's always future proof, whether it's with the prefab chargers already built where you can just take them in and take them out with the newer technology. So it's always, designing your site with the future in mind, seeing what's available out there, and then working with utilities again.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. If there are any more questions here. Okay, one over there.
I'd just like to ask, so what today is available or operational for a one-time use charge for a commercial, like class 5 truck?
Yeah, WattEV stations are available. We've got one in Long Beach, San Bernardino, Gardena, and Bakersfield. You could just come in and do an opportunity charge. Just charge it at the per kilowatt hour basis.
Thank you. We're just about at 11:20. So any last words? Anyone would like to throw in anything about the infrastructure before we close out this session?
I'm just curious, does everybody know what a kilowatt versus a kilowatt hour versus kilowatt hour per mile?
You should have started with that
Still
question,
algebra for
maybe.
most everybody?
I was thinking about this too. I started my career working for IBM, introducing PCs when nobody had it. We had to teach people new words back then too. Anybody want to guess one of those new words we had to teach people? Byte, megabyte, terabyte, bandwidth, connection speed. Yeah, it's crazy to think about how many of those words are now just part of our vernacular every day. And so we're kind of doing the same thing. We're introducing new terms, kilowatt.
Yeah, I'm going to give, since we have a minute, I'll go, and there's no questions. I'm going to give my quick 2 cents on this. In a real world, operational world with trucking, let's say, think of kilowatts as the dispensed energy out of the charger. So it's just kilowatts. The stored energy in the battery pack at the truck is kilowatt hours. So each truck manufacturer makes a different size battery pack. So you always have to ask that question because customers always say, how long does it take to charge? You have to explain all this to them. They need to understand that there's kilowatt hours. You have to understand what size it is. All gas tanks aren't made the same in this new world. And what the rate is coming out of the dispenser, which again, normally it's, hey, I've got a 50 or 100 gallon gas tank and the flow is normally, it's always 20 minutes to fill up a diesel. But now you've got to ask these questions. What size kilowatt hour battery pack do I have? What size is that charger dispenser dispensing at in kilowatts? And then you can do some division there and you can divide it out. So to your question, sir, you were asking about charge times. If you have a truck battery with 565 kilowatt hours, really only 80% is really usable because you don't want to go below 20. That's something to think about. So you have 452 really max ready or available. You take your 90 kilowatt dispenser and you just do a division there of 452 divided by 90, 452 divided by 180, if it's the dispenser speed is that fast. So the 360 kilowatt chargers that Salim was mentioning and that we're putting in Long Beach as well, each dispenser, because there's usually 2, is 180 each. So you basically take the 452 and divide it by 180 and you'll have your charge time, which will be 2.5 hours. But a lot of times you're going to come in at 30% and leave at 80%. You're going to only need about 1.5 hours to 2 hours to charge. So there's real world scenarios as well. And one last thing I'll mention is efficiency. It gets confusing when you think of kilowatt hours per mile. That's the way it's defined in our business for the most part. Think of miles per gallon, which everybody knows, and the more the better, right? Flip it in your head to gallons per mile. And now less is better. That's not too hard to do, right? Just change the G and the gallons to kilowatt hours. It's energy. So you just basically change that to kilowatts and you get into energy. So you're taking energy per mile. And for what it's worth, the efficiency data I've seen seems to be getting better and better. I was hearing a lot of it up in the 2.5 range on average last year, which I'm now hearing more closer to 2 on average, with some as low as 1.5 kilowatt hours per mile as an efficiency. So that's good news for everybody that we're seeing better efficiency. But I think just starting to learn some of those terms, MCS was thrown out a couple times, megawatt charging system, correct? So a megawatt is like a 360 kilowatt charger think of it as 360,000, and megawatt would be 1,000,000, or 360 versus 1,000. So megawatt charger is 1,000 kilowatts. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about a 360 charger versus MCS or megawatt charging. You're just going from 360 to 1,000.
Right.
So I spew out a few things there because these are just some of the things I talk about with my customers every day. Sometimes we get past that in these big environments and people are still trying to understand what all the buzzwords are down to the bite.
Bruce, is that going to be on the test at the end of the day?
You know, it might be. Actually, I just wanted to throw in, because that's one of my absolute favorite questions. And you've heard me say earlier, I feel really lucky because I've been able to talk to folks for years now. And I'm a simple person, so I'm going to make it even a little simpler, at least the way I think of it. The question I've asked to a lot of fleets, and I'll always frame it by it, I don't expect you to know the answer. You shouldn't know the answer. I know the answer because I was thrown into this world like 4 years ago. But you know, everybody talks about kilowatt hours in the battery. Exactly. So I'll say, what does it mean to you if I tell you have a 200 kilowatt hour battery? And almost always the person's like, I don't know. Well, start thinking of it, and Ron mentioned it, as that's the gallons of diesel in your tank. What do you need to know now to figure out how many miles you're going to go? Well, I need to know my mileage, my miles per gallon, or my kilowatt, my miles per kilowatt hour now. So just think of it as, like I said, the gallons of diesel in your tank. Now it's a kilowatt hour in your battery pack. Somebody mentioned all the new acronyms earlier. There's a lot of acronyms. You'll hear people talk that kind of stuff, but it's something that you'll need to learn at some point. We have tools on our truck stop website that are kind of one that we call ZEV 101, starts introducing you to some of those terms. So we know that it's a matter of building that knowledge base up.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ron and Bruce, for adding these educational points here. And yeah, like as I mentioned, like kilowatt tells us how fast you can charge the vehicle, the charging rate versus the kilowatt hour. So very well mentioned, both Bruce and Ron, appreciate it. And yeah, and Truck Stop has a lot of good information. The website can be available maybe in the chat or to the audience, so they can go and reach to the website, the Truck Stop, and it has a lot of great information for you and get educated. I really appreciate our great panelists here. Thank you, Tony, Salim, Ron, Chris, and Les for attending today's infrastructure panel. And thank you all for our participants for joining us today. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take another 15-minute break. Then we're going to have our last panel session of the day, which is going to talk about a couple things. How do you work with your utilities? The main thing is start now, start yesterday. And going to talk about permitting issues a little bit. One other thing on that whole charging rate, be aware, nothing I've heard us mention today yet, be aware that you might have a 375 kilowatt charger. Every vehicle has a maximum fill rate. You might have a 375 kilowatt charger, but the fill rate on your battery might be 150 kilowatt hours. So, 150 kilowatts. So that's something you need to be aware of. So again, 15 minutes. Got some vendors out here, some trucks outside. Some of the folks that have been on the panels would love to talk to you more if you want to learn about their solutions. We've got a charging installer out there. Please wander around, chat, ask us questions, and we'll be back in here in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Les, thank you so much. I appreciate, great job you did. I think it went really well. Gia, hello. Are you there? Can you, hi, can you come on camera too, please?
Yeah.
Okay, let me add spotlight. Wonderful. Okay, so we're on break right now.
Yeah, start about 15 minutes.
Some of the other grants that you've heard of. The California HVIP program, unlike some of the other grants that you've heard of, is pretty simple. It's actually requested for you by your dealer when you're ready to purchase a vehicle. So we've got a table out there. You're welcome to stop by. I also encourage everyone here just to stop by the website, californiahvip.org, and there's a vehicle catalog on there. So Lisa McGee was up here talking about that a little earlier. The vehicle catalog has videos, specs. You can look at the range and all of the different OEMs that are making these trucks. So I think that's been around the longest. We've been running for about 13 years. So we probably have one of the most robust vehicle catalogs out there if you just want to start comparing the types of trucks and buses that might be available for your use case scenario. So we're going to do this panel slightly differently. I am going to allow our panelists to introduce themselves briefly, and then our excellent host here at SCE, I'll turn the floor over to Ramiro, and he's going to walk us through a presentation about how to work with your utility and what to be thinking about along the way as you prepare. We've learned a lot of great things this morning about selecting vehicles and thinking about infrastructure. This might be getting a little bit into the weeds. We're going to get down to the brass tacks and some of this stuff and get some questions answered. So I will start with introductions. First, I'll turn it over to you, Gia Online, if you'd like to introduce yourself, your organization, and what you're working on.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm glad to be able to join you here virtually. Sorry I can't be in the room with you today. I'm Gia Vason. I'm the Deputy Director for Zero-Emission Vehicle Market Development at GoBiz, which is the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. Good, we got that title done. So we work, so just to back up a little bit for those that aren't familiar with GoBiz, we're kind of the lead agency for job growth and expansion of businesses, establishment and expansion of businesses in California. So we have a lot of different units that provide support kind of across the board. Office of the Small Business Advocate. We have a permitting assistance unit. We have California Business Investment Services, which helps with incentive navigation. We have a foreign international trade and foreign investment. The iBank, Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank, sits underneath us, among some others. So as you're thinking about your business, holistically, there are probably things that we can do to help. So feel free to reach out to GoBiz, to me, or anyone at GoBiz at any time. My team, like I said, we're the ZEV Market Development Office. We work really on ensuring kind of collaboration across the agencies, making sure that we're aligned and that we have that support needed to have the many agencies that are working together to make this transition towards 100% zero-emission vehicles. And we lead the development of the statewide zero-emission vehicle market development strategy, and support the agencies in their annual action plans that they submit to GoBiz, kind of looking at what they're going to be focusing on each year. We also work closely with the private sector. So I'm sure many of you in the room we've worked with before. I know of listening to the other panels this morning, I know that that's true. And really trying to understand what the key challenges are and how we can support the public and private sector working together as we look to meet this transition. So we look for kind of key challenge areas, whether that's real locally, there's a particular project that's having a particular issue, or that's all the way up to what sorts of policy changes or innovations might we be able to make or think about in order to help support us moving away from fossil fuels. So I think I'll stop there, but just I guess we'll leave us with saying, please feel free to reach out now or anytime if you think there's the ways we can support you as you make this move towards a emission-free future. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Gia. Next, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Brian. He's also at CalSTART, but working on a different program. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing there.
Good morning. My name is Brian, and I work with CalSTART on the Cal Fleet Advisor program. I'm the program manager, and I help ensure that fleets in California have a place to turn when they have questions or need help transitioning to zero-emission vehicles. It's a free technical assistance service that's available to any fleet in the United States, in California. I have fleets that we're helping from 0 vehicles up to 52,000. So we help fleets of all sizes throughout the state, both public and private. We have special interest in helping those in disadvantaged communities and small fleets who may not have the resources to do this all on their own, but we can help a fleet of any size. We can help you find the right trucks, help you locate infrastructure, get you referred out to project partners that will help make this happen for you, and talk about and get you in touch with the folks at CARB for regulatory issues. We also, working at CalSTART, we have a deep integration with the HVIP program. So if you need any help finding incentives, we're here for you in that respect as well.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that's fully funded by HVIP, so it's a complimentary service that you can take advantage of. There's lots of vendors here and some incredible consultants that can help you really do deep dives and take a look at larger and more complex projects. But if you're just looking to get some quick answers and some connections, we'd like to be your virtual project manager or concierge service. Ramiro, I'll actually invite you up here because after you introduce yourself, you can go ahead and start your presentation.
All right, good. Thank you guys. Well, in the spirit of keeping things interactive, we'll move around a little bit. So my name is Ramiro Lepe, and I am the Senior Advisor on Southern California Edison's Charge Ready Transfer Program. And guys, I got to move around just to wake everybody up, get everybody off their phones. And guys, if you guys know me, I come from a transportation background. I've rented them, I've sold them, I've even washed them, greased a fifth wheel or two, and even changed some bumpers that mysteriously somehow stayed on. And throughout my transition, been here for a little bit over 2 years here at the utility, I always get asked a question, whether it's from my dad or somebody that I used to work with. And the question always happens to be, Ramiro, you've been there for 2.5 years. What the heck have you learned? Well, there's been a lot of things. And if I was saying today, we want to go over lessons learned. You might hear utilities, you might hear fleets, and everybody always talk about what's the lesson learned. Today, we're going to go over my lessons learned in my 2.5 years here at Southern California Edison. And the first one I could tell you is that every EV infrastructure installation project, it's a major endeavor. There's many moving parts that go along with it. And I'm going to move over here to get my clicker. That's why I'm moving my way over here. But really, what we want to do is really uncover what those challenges are. I don't know. Should we switch it? Okay, guys, we have a technical difficulty. We're going to have Gia go first. My apologies. And then we'll transition back to me.
All right, Gia, if you're able to click through your slides, please go ahead.
All right, great. Want to make sure if you guys can stay flexible in the room there. So here we go. All right, so let's see. Let me make sure that this is working. Okay, there we go. So I already said a little bit about what our team does here, but I just stuck this in here as kind of a reminder of some of the things we do. So this agency alignment, collaboration and problem solving, business related business support. We do permitting assistance. I'm going to talk a little bit about that today in terms of sort of hydrogen fueling and charging infrastructure, permitting assistance, and then helping kind of navigate the regulatory environment. So these pictures here are a couple of the resources that we have. I mentioned the Zero Emission Vehicle Market Development Strategy, which is our kind of statewide approach to our transition. We also have a hydrogen station permitting and an electric vehicle charging station permitting guidebook, which if you haven't read before, I would recommend. It has a lot of great tips in there, which I won't go into today, just sort of about the whole process, where we see some key areas that you really need to be aware of, many of which have been touched on in the previous panel and the infrastructure panel. That was great. But those are a couple of resources, and we have some others as well on our website. So without further ado, this also, I just wanted to start here. This was mentioned in the last panel as well. This is CEC's beta version for their medium duty, heavy duty infrastructure dashboard. And it's great. They have many other dashboards on their website if you haven't seen them, about vehicle counts, mostly on the light duty side, vehicle counts and infrastructure that's available. And so I would recommend looking at those if you hadn't been aware of them before. But this version here, where they are taking feedback right now, been posted is really going to be great. There've been a lot of questions coming up about this very thing, and so so please take a look at that and provide feedback that you have so that we can improve it. I've been asked to talk about permitting today a little bit, and so I wanted to just share. We've heard a lot about the challenges that exist, and it is hard. Every project is different, and every project is an endeavor, like it was just stated. And I don't want it to all sound doom and gloom, right? There's a lot that's happening to try to enable this, and it's going to be a bumpy road for sure. And we're all really focused on trying to remove the barriers as they arrive. So, or even anticipating them before they arrive and trying to address them ahead of time. So I wanted to share something we haven't touched much on today, which is some of the legislation that we have in place and the efforts that are underway to help streamline the permitting process and help to accelerate deployment of infrastructure. So this kind of an overview here, we have two pieces on the EV charging infrastructure side of things. We have two pieces of legislation that help with permit streamlining. So we have AB 1236, which was kind of went into effect in 2016. It requires all cities and counties to develop an expedited and streamlined permitting process for charging stations. So you can see here, again, I said it, I think went into effect, I think January of 2016. And you can see here in this bottom left map, in 2019, you can see the green on there. Only a very, very few cities and counties were in compliance with the legislation. And so GoBiz recognized this, there was a gap here, and decided that we could really help the state by working closely with the local jurisdictions to understand that there even was a law, right? And that we needed to be in compliance, and providing the resources and tools to help jurisdictions become streamlined under AB 1236. So, you know, I think just really to underscore the importance of having this implementation assistance here, we were able to add, so for a couple of years we were working on this, our team, we were able to add a dedicated permit streamlining specialist in November of 2022, and it's been very, very helpful. So since she joined the team, we've even been able to streamline nearly 50% more so have moved into streamlined, and 30% more have moved from not streamlined into being in progress for being streamlined. So essentially what being, you know, streamlined means is that you have an ordinance, that streamlining ordinance, and you are able to you have a permitting checklist that tells infrastructure providers everything that needs to be included for administrative approval, and then you go up on the map here. And I guess I would just, I'm going to go into a little bit more detail here in a second, but really just backing up a little bit, what this means for administrative approval is that if you have a complete application package for your permit and there aren't health and safety concerns, then you should get administrative approval and your entitlements will be done, and it should really, really shorten the timeline there. So this would mean it doesn't include other kinds of things like aesthetics or other types of pieces that aren't directly related in the permitting process to health and safety concerns. So GoBiz has a number of, I mentioned before, we have a number of resources on our website, the guidebook, we have fact sheets, we have FAQs, best practices, all kinds of things that we provide. So take a look there. And we also provide direct assistance. So working with the developers to understand the processes a little bit better, and also working with the local jurisdictions to understand that these laws exist and what the state might be able to do to help advance our deployment of infrastructure. And I should mention that this applies from light duty all the way through heavy duty, this process. Of course, as we get into more to heavier duty applications, as we're talking about today, projects can get more complicated, and so sometimes there are other factors. But in general, it should it should apply to all. And then we have AB 970, which actually adds a timeline for when the permits need to be approved. So this just takes a kind of a quick look here at how the two work together. So we have an ordinance, and you create a checklist in an online application, right? And so once that's done, the applicant should be able to submit the permit. The building official reviews it for completeness. They do initial kind of health and safety review, and for completeness, it's supposed to give just one deficiency notice. So you'll see here down the bottom, I don't know if you can see my arrow, it should be just one deficiency notice. And that's technically supposed to be turned around in 5 to 10 days, depending on how large the deployment is. If it's 25 chargers or less, it's 5 days. If it's more than 25 chargers, it's 10 days. If there is a deficiency, the application is resubmitted. It goes back to the building official, and then from that point, the permitting office has 20 to 40 days to give the approval to build. So 20 days again if it's 25 chargers or less, and if it's more than 25 chargers, it's 40 days. So that's how those two are kind of working together. And I also wanted to mention that we SB 1291 extends the administrative approval process to hydrogen stations as well. And this went into effect just in January of last year, of 2023. And so we do the tracking and compliance of the hydrogen streamlining as well. It's still very new, so we're reaching out to the jurisdictions, and we have some that are starting to be in process here. We have some model ordinances and checklists, which we are deploying soon. But this is really just to show that we have similar resources and are starting to kind of take the same steps as we have been for a number of years on the EV charging side of things. And again, this is for light duty through heavy duty applications. So I didn't want to take too much time here, but I did want to just put a few of the things that we're hearing common. I mean, I tried to really narrow this to permitting because, of course, there are many different areas where it affects infrastructure deployment, but it's not necessarily related to permitting. So just wanted to mention a few things that we've been hearing lately, and particularly in the medium heavy duty space. So the zoning and permit streamlining incompatibilities, we're hearing a lot right now that cities are saying that their zoning isn't compatible or doesn't allow charging or fueling infrastructure in that zone, and that 1236 then wouldn't apply to the streamlining process, and you need to get a conditional use permit, etc. It's the state's expectation, and we just want to be clear, it's the state's expectation that local jurisdictions will enable charging and fueling in all zones to the greatest extent possible. So doesn't mean that zoning doesn't matter at all, but it does mean that 1236 should be considered, and that it shouldn't be a barrier if the zone, obviously you're not going to put like a large industrial thing in a residential zone, but to the extent that it's possible, we should be doing that. We've also seen some challenges here with offsite improvements and development. So if there are other aspects of the project that are not related to the actual infrastructure itself, the charging or fueling infrastructure itself, this certainly can make the project more complex, and it can extend the permit process. It sometimes can, limit the applicability of the streamlining bill because it's adding in other pieces to a project. But these are the kinds of situations where we would really encourage both of these first two that I have on the list here to please reach out and see if there are other cities that have gone through this, other developers that have dealt with this, and if there's ways that we can help to continue to raise awareness around this. We're all kind of getting through this together as we go, and things come up all the time that people haven't necessarily anticipated. So we're here to try to help. Sometimes we hear things about aesthetics and screening, wanting different kinds of pieces of aspects, trees or other kinds of things to be included. And I think while we all want to be reasonable with what makes sense, and typically the developers are willing to work with the jurisdiction on this, sometimes there have been some pretty outrageous requests that have added, a lot of time and a lot of money to projects. And so this would typically fall outside of health and safety and shouldn't be considered for permit approval under the existing legislation that we have today in place. Another thing that we're hearing more and more about right now as concerns among the jurisdictions is the impacts of ZEV, zero-emission truck, kind of the weight. And I heard a little bit more about this earlier in terms of payloads and what does this mean in terms of weight. But what we're hearing from the jurisdictions is a little bit more around you know, if we permit this charging depot, what does that mean for our roads? What does it mean for safety? And so there's a real recognition now, I think Caltrans is working on this, about the data that's needed. We don't have a lot of data on, you know, what happens to the roads other than kind of, you know, modeling. And it's an area under active development to really understand, as we go from a few zero emission trucks to all zero emission trucks moving up and down the state and all around all the time, what is that going to mean for our infrastructure and for the safety in terms of incidents, or, you know, what kinds of, you know, the wall weight limits and things like that for if there were incidents. Sometimes we hear things about encroachment permits and how that slows down development, not so much the permitting side, but they're sometimes intertwined, right? So there really is an opportunity for a better process and better timing alignment between the jurisdictions, between Caltrans, between the utilities, and thinking about how we can make that more part of the process rather than kind of woven in differently for kind of each way we handle each project. And then I'll just say lastly, I'm sure like there's many more topics here, but I'll just say lastly, we hear a lot that jurisdictions have extreme staffing limitations, and it can really be a primary cause for permit delay. And so to the extent that we can, I mean, this is all the more reason why the streamlining laws matter, right? Because ideally this frees up space for other kinds of things, but we do hear this a lot. And so there are jurisdictions around the state that are technically streamlined, but they are not abiding by the AB 970 timelines. And I guess I forgot to mention with the AB 970 timelines, technically, if those timelines aren't met, the projects are considered permitted, like a developer could go forward. We haven't heard of any developer doing that yet, because I think you can imagine the potential implications of developing something and the challenges you could run into down the road with having the city as a partner or the county as a partner. So I'm sure we'll get into some more in the panel, but just wanted to give you a quick overview of some of the things that are happening in this particular piece of the permitting side. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Gia. That was really informative. And I know that Ramiro's presentation is also going to have a lot of information. So I think I might just take a beat here while everybody is digesting that and see if there were any questions specifically related to what Gia was talking about, all the small permitting agencies that you might be dealing with across the state in all of your different domicile locations. If anybody has something they must ask now before we jump into our next presentation.
Gilbert, could we get up there with the question, please? Ms. Lisa with Tom's.
So this would be for Gia, wondering if, this is Lisa from Tom's Truck Center. We have two projects going on with SCE, and one of the locations they have described an APL certified, UL certified charger that needs an additional label on it because they don't like the self-certification of it. And so is that allowed as well, as far as when it comes to these types of scenarios? Because to me, it seems confusing, complexing, and unnecessary.
Yeah.
And it's creating a huge time delay, by the way, because they're literally requiring the OEM to go back to the vendor, to pay the vendor to get that label, which you have to go through all this testing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if the jurisdiction is claiming that there's a safety concern, but
That's
it
what they're
also needs
saying.
to be documentable, right? This is a place where the streamlining bills, if they're claiming sort of a health or safety factor, wouldn't be able to override. That said, I think it'd be great to hear more about the specifics of the project, and maybe there are ways that we could help otherwise, right? There's a lot of, as you know, a lot of this is education, and there's a lot of kind of precautionary activity that happens because we don't know. So reach out separately and maybe we can talk about some ways to go forward if that's.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, because we tried to provide education by asking for a meeting. They declined the meeting. They want black and white to them. You either have it or you don't.
Yeah. Well, let's
Okay,
reach out. We may be able to get a response.
Yeah, thank you. That was actually a pretty practical example of the question that I was going to ask also to you, Gia, which is I saw 2 bullet points in your presentation. One where you were talking about the timelines, right? 5 to 10 days for, and then another 10 to 15 days for another piece. I'm not sure. did the mic just go off? I'll just talk loudly. So the question was, what is the best sort of time for a fleet or a property owner to reach out to you if they encounter maybe like the scenario you mentioned with the zoning, or God forbid, needing a conditional use permit? Whoever has had to ever go through that knows what I mean when I say it. Are those the two scenarios where they could maybe be interacting with your office to find answers to why they're not getting the answers they need with their local permitting agency?
Yeah, those are two great examples. Certainly not the only ones. I'd say if you're having a challenge, I guess I'd back up and say the key thing to understand would be engaging with the jurisdiction early on to understand what they need, right? And so ideally you would maybe know earlier that, oh, we might want a conditional use permit for this. And so before you get to that, before you've submitted the permitting package, having some dialogue with us and some resources. Sometimes some of the resources we have on our website can be provided to a jurisdiction, and that's sufficient. Other times, jurisdictions will decline a meeting, and sometimes we need to reach out. So yeah, those are great examples. I would say, we tend to not want to come in if it's like, oh, this seems like it might be hard, let's get GoBiz in here, right? Work with the jurisdiction, but also if it's if there are barriers and you feel like you don't know what to do, reach out anytime, right? We can give some guidance. We have a dedicated person, which has really, really helped on this.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. With that, Ramiro, I will turn it over to you.
All right, everybody. So sorry about that. I feel so iced right now, like a kicker, but all is good. We will resume where we left off at. So once again, what have I learned in the last 2.5 years of working for the utility? First and foremost, every EV infrastructure project is a major, major endeavor. A lot of time, as you heard today, but we're going to go into it. But another thing that I've also learned at the utility is that utilities such as Southern California Edison, we have tons of programs, tons of support, tons of different channels where we can really be your trusted partner as you are making this transition to electric. But what we've also uncovered, or might say myself in particular, that the fleets also have tons of different questions, and some of them we could address today. And if you are transitioning your fleet to electric, you may be wondering, when and how should I engage my local utility? You always hear it. Engage with us early, engage with us often. What does that even mean? And today we're going to go over some of those elements and also cover, what does the EV infrastructure installation process even look like? A lot of people, panelists here before our time here, we discuss how the challenges and the timelines and those aspects. And a lot of fleets here in this room, you might be wondering, how do we even engage with Southern California Edison for our projects? Or you may be wondering the cost element. 2x, 4x, 5x, whatever that number may be for you, plus infrastructure, plus chargers, plus this, plus that. It's a lot different than buying a diesel truck, isn't it? So what resources, programs, and funding opportunities are available in the marketplace to help offset the costs of the transition? Now, the next one's interesting, and yes, I'm going to go there. Will the grid even be ready to support my electrification initiative? I know you guys were all going to ask. Got you guys. All is good there. And of course, the biggest one that my buddies here in the back that we talk to fleets every single day, you may be asking yourself, where do I even begin? Lots of thoughts, lots of strategies, lots of different conflicting information as you go from booth to booth at any event. And then you're wondering, how do I even embark on this journey? Now, this session, I really want to make this about you guys. I want to make this about you and your goals. Now, how many fleet operators are here in this room? Please raise your hand if you're a fleet operator, not a vendor. Got one fleet back here, a couple fleets back here. Hector, going to see you. Fleets back there. All right, good deal. So ultimately, what our goal is to do is figure out today where you're at in terms of fleet electrification. Where do you want to go? And it's our job as a utility to help you build a bridge as to how to get there through our various infrastructure installation programs. So this brings us to the interactive session of our event. So I'd like to get one brave volunteer. Can I get one volunteer, please? Anyone? Brave volunteer? Brave volunteer? Sir, you look like a brave volunteer. Sure. Would you mind? All right. So I'm going to ask a question, and I want you just to write down what the audience says. I got my buddy Gilbert and Luis back here going to go around and start taking some questions. And guys, I really want to uncover, and this could be open to anybody, what keeps you up at night in terms of fleet electrification? All right, guys. So why don't we go around the room and just start blurting it out? It's fine. And my goal is to do, and so if you could please write that down, is to make sure that we answer your concerns throughout the presentation, whether it's on our end on the CalSTART side or on the GoBid side, or anybody really. We got a lot of expertise here in this room. And just really make this a collaborative session for you guys. So who is my first volunteer to share with everybody here what keeps you up at night in terms of fleet electrification? Yes, sir. You know, like Luz, bam, you're fast, Luz.
Emergencies.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Emergencies.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on emergencies, please?
2011, we had a wind event. I believe there was about 10 days with no power from Pasadena to Arcadia.
Okay. So resiliency. So what I hear you saying, correct or wrong, is that you want to make sure that when you plug in your EV, and I know you're for the city, right? It's a lot of different fleet compositions. You want to make sure there's power on the other end. Is that accurate? All right. So we'll get that done down. All right. So let's go on this side of the room. Mr. Hector from MLI. You got what keeps you up at night in terms of fleet electrification? We got a gentleman here in the back with the microphone for you, sir.
Good afternoon. The main thing that we're looking at is the steps that we have to comply with for the infrastructure, make sure that everything's taken care of, and also the funding for the electric vehicles.
Fundings.
Yeah.
So cost and process, it sounds like.
That's true. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir. So, sir, are you catching this over here? You're good? He's writing away feverishly. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And we have a fleet operator up here in the room. Miss, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling us what keeps you up at night in terms of fleet electrification.
So Melissa Walker, City of Moreno Valley. We actually have about 13 or 14 electric vehicles in our fleet right now. We're very much looking at cost, especially getting the infrastructure put in behind the fence. There's a lot of funding out there for public facing. We're doing a lot of that because I also have an electric utility under me. Sorry, but you are the other half of our city. So, so there is working with you also with when we go outside of our electric utility. But and then just getting people and our employees okay with driving EV. You know, we started small with one vehicle to get them used to it, and slowly have figured out the use cases, and hence built to that 13.
So it sounds like driver adoption and retention of some. Because how is that going, out of curiosity?
Surprisingly well. So we started with a bolt that we had our security guard around the yard test out, idle time, a lot of just driving small areas. We got a couple more bolts that we could use, and we gave it to actually our code enforcement, who were insistent that they needed SUVs. They now love the bolts, especially because they're going around giving tickets to people, so they don't really need it. Next was our trying to replace our trucks. We couldn't find trucks, so we ended up getting some transits, which actually worked really well. We put our facilities in there. Now they don't have to unload their truck every evening with all their tools and reload it in the morning. They can close up and keep that all safe within the transit. So they're actually loving it now. But again, it's finding that use case, thinking about it a little differently, and then, you know, testing it, getting a couple, making them use it, and getting it out there.
Thank you so much for that collaboration. All right, guys, one more. Let's go to Lisa over here. Lisa, what keeps you up at night in terms of fleet electrification? And keep like just 2 minutes, Lisa, because we know.
2 minutes? I don't have enough time. No. Honestly, I would say it's really about making sure that the fleets get this opportunity. You know, we hear so much in terms of maybe misinformation, right? That keeps me up at night because it's false, you guys. And I'd honestly say, how many times that you've talked to somebody, they've actually had a real experience in this technology. I come from the fleet side. I ran a fleet of buses for an airport operation. That fleet has been 100% electric since 2020, 2 years earlier than thought they were, because they were confident to get rid of their diesels. And so, you know, it's really about just get your butt in one of these trucks or buses and just try it out for a day. You know, I think that was a great point that you had brought up. I don't know what your name was, but I mean, you'd be shocked and you will love it. You know, you may not love it the first time or the second time, but you'll get used to it. And there's a lot of things you're going to love about it. So hopefully that makes sense.
Perfectly said, right on time. Appreciate that. All right, gentlemen, over here in the back, the food bank. Yep. Keeps you up at night, sir.
Tony Papsiak, Second Harvest Food Bank of Orange County. Currently, what keeps me up at night is non-compliance of regulations. So not having 30% of my fleet be ZEV currently. That's what's keeping me up at night, not having the vehicles yet. Aggressive regulations. You know, I'm supposed to, if I have 7 box trucks with reefers on it, 30% have to be ZEV currently. Is my registration going to be put on hold? So
certainly great concerns, and that would be one. Oh, we got one over here. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. One of the things that keeps me up at night right now is a lot of folks are kind of jumping into electrification, trying to figure out infrastructure. And I feel like there is a lot of bad information out there, unfortunately. And so there's a lot of folks that are maybe not installing the kind of infrastructure that's going to sustain them for the short or long term for that matter. And so I feel like some of the things that I'm already hearing is people are feeling burned about the experience. And that keeps me up because once they have that bad experience, it's really hard to sort of walk that back and, you know, get them on the right page again to move forward. Makes it just that much harder.
Thank you so much for that insight. So bad information. So, we got a gentleman here back, Mr. Gilbert, if you wouldn't mind, right over here.
Hi, Don Dahl, American Civil Constructors. We're a specialty highway construction company. We do a lot of bridge retrofits on highways out here that have ancient bridges. They can't afford to replace them, but we are repairing them and getting more life out of them. So now we're forced to put electric vehicles in our fleet because we're a high target or high value fleet, whatever they call it. But we move a fleet out here and we'll be in this stretch for a week, and then we'll be somewhere else in California for a week. There's no charging stations out here. If we have to haul around 125 kV generators behind every truck and spew diesel in the air to charge them, it's kind of defeating the purpose.
Point well heard, sir. So I hear you saying is availability of public access infrastructure and remote job sites. Perfect. Yes, sir. For Shell.
Yeah, just wanted to add on a couple points. You had talked about, aggressive regulations and things like that. And I think for looking at it from a fleet perspective is someone on a panel earlier had mentioned, right, not rushing into the decision and doing the due diligence, because I think one of the things that keeps fleets up at night is you see so many different charging providers. Seems like there's new ones kind of popping up year after year. And you guys as fleets, right, you want to make a decision to where the partner that you're going in with for charging infrastructure, that they're here, they're committed, and they're going to be there for the long term. So that's something that we just incorporate in our conversations and something to consider for all of you in that transition as well. Thanks.
So you're saying is finding the right partner to make the transition with. All right, guys. Well, the interest time, we could keep going all day long, but just one last one I'd like to ask before we commence. Mr. Tudor, what keeps you up at night, sir, in terms of fleet electrification?
Boy, that is a tough one. Infrastructure. I'm not gonna lie, and that keeps a lot of us up at night at work as well. And we truly talk to the utilities, we talk to the Energy Commission, and it will be there. It's coming now, but I know that people don't see it. Right? I mean, I know that you're just starting to see charging stations out there. You're starting to see services such as companies bringing hydrogen to you on site until they can get an actual hydrogen station near you. It's not that it won't be there that keeps me up. It's that it needs to get there now, and it is getting there now, but it's hard for people to believe that when they don't see it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. All right, guys. Well, thank you guys so much for the collaboration. So working with Southern California Edison for your power needs, or just utilities in general, and you hear the term, engage with the utility early, engage with us often. But what does that even mean? Really, it means that EV infrastructure installation is a major endeavor, as we already mentioned like 20 times today. But you also have to consider your utility as a partner, because there are a lot of moving steps to it. And we do need the power. And everybody here that's electrified at some point will have to go through the utility. So why not do it up front? Now, with that, we have a bunch of support mechanisms within the utility to help you transition. Doesn't matter where you're at in the process. So SCE people, please raise your hands. I always use this exercise, and yeah, we're here at our facility, so of course we have a bunch of SCE people. But typically, we always go out in droves, and the reason for that is because we care, and we want to support you through the transition. So if you take anything away from that, just take those two things away. That AV infrastructure is a major endeavor, but your utility is here to assist you through the process. And that's all even before you even get to the programs. I haven't talked about programs yet. And that's what leads us to that last point right up there. Does this work? Nope, we didn't pay the bill. All right, cool. All right, so let's move into the program side of it. So yes, we do support you every step of the way. And just in that little bridge example that we shared, we want to cover where you're at, where do you want to go? And it's our job to help you build a bridge as to how to get there. And what that really means is injecting you in the right program at the right time to help you reach your electrification goals. It's never something where we just start saying, oh, charge-ready transport or Rule 29 and all that stuff. I don't even mean anything to you today. It really is uncovering what your fleet plans are. What is the short-term strategy? What is the long-term strategy? What are your route cycles? All those different elements that everybody on these panels have been talking about, and then identifying which of these programs is right for you. It might be one, it might be two, it might be all of them possibly. And those are things that we will help you uncover. Now, as we move into one of the programs that I happen to represent is what we call the low to no cost EV infrastructure installation program called Charge Ready Transport. By the raise of hands, who has heard of Charge Ready Transport? All right, so oh, we're doing our job. All right, this is good. All right, and all the utilities, I know some people might be watching this and you are not in Southern California Edison service area. All the other IOUs also have a program very similar to this. But let's do a little deep dive into charging infrastructure installation program. So what Charge Ready Transport is in a nutshell, it's a $342 million program that was launched back in 2019. What the California Public Utilities Commission did is they granted us a budget of just over $342 million to electrify a total of 500 sites that represent 8,490 medium and heavy duty vehicles. And I see a bunch of people taking notes. There will be a QR code with all this information you get right on your phone. Now, out of this, there's four main elements that make up our program. The one that everybody today has been talking about is infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. We hear it all the time, right? But that early engagement is key for all this. But what we do here is we actually provide what we call that low to no cost EV infrastructure installation. In other words, we're going to do all the Edison side work from distribution up to the meter, power lines up to the meter, use a fancy word for that. And then we're going to give you 2 construction tracks on your side of the meter infrastructure. We also have charger hardware rebates of up to 50%, and there's special commercial time of use rates. In other words, your rate structure or what your new combustible expenditures will look like, which we'll dive into. And then the last one that EV advisors are, we're going to wait for that to the very end. So let's dive into it. So Charge Ready Transport, the way that it works is that for every one vehicle that's qualifying that you purchase, you're allotted one charging port as part of the process. That qualifying vehicle for us would be anything that's a class 2 all the way to a class 8. So the pickup truck, all the way to a tandem axle day cab, everything in between. It also does cover off-road assets. So if you're doing TRU infrastructure, refrigeration, gentlemen back here, it covers that. It also covers forklifts, yard tractors, etc. Now, the really cool thing about this program is that we can actually look up to your 10-year deployment cycle. So in other words, if you tell us you're buying 100 tandem axle day cabs over the next 10 years, we could technically deploy the entire infrastructure and upfront, phasing in power over time as you're phasing in vehicles over time. You might be looking at me saying, Amito, we don't even know what we're doing next year, let alone in 10 years from now. You could always customize that number. You could start off with a 2-year strategy, a 3-year, 6-year, 7-year, whatever number between 2 and 10. And then you could always reapply as long as the program is open. Now, please don't let that fool you. The program is limited to the end date of 2026, and there is a certain amount of money that's available. So take advantage of the funding while it's there. Now, the program itself will support anything that's AC level 2, all the way out to a 350 kilowatt power cabinet. So here you just have to make sure you pick a charger that is on the Edison approved product list. And there's a little link below, but once again, I'll send you guys all this information. And there's several hundred chargers that are on there. So definitely a lot of options for you to choose from. Now, with chargers, if you happen to be in any of the 3 categories on the left-hand side of your screen, so if you're a transit agency, you're a school district, or if you're a project site in a disadvantaged community by way of air quality, You would also qualify, you're not a Fortune 1000, the secondary portion to that last qualification, that you automatically receive a charging hardware rebate of up to 50%. Those rebates are from $1,700 up to $37,000 per physical charger. And the great thing about this program is that it is stackable. So for those that don't know, stacking just means you could use this program with another program like a CalStart Energize or HVIP, et cetera, or any of our other programs, and you could actually stack it to offset the max minimum potential possible. Now getting into infrastructure. So under the infrastructure elements in this particular slide, we're going to give you two options. Both sides of it are going to cover distribution up into the meter upgrades. I wish my little clicker was working here. But what it pretty much is, we're covering power lines all the way up to brand new meter. And in this option here, we're also going to go onto your side of the property, install the panel switchgear, run all the trenching, all the wiring, all the conduit, all the way out to the first interconnection point between the charging station and the physical infrastructure that decided to work. So here, the only thing you'd be responsible for is the purchase of a vehicle, the charging station, installation of the charging station. We cover everything else. Permits, design, materials, switchgear, et cetera. All that is covered through Charge Ready Transport. Guys, I'd like to pause here for 1 second. Does anybody have any questions, concerns, or comments so far? Anybody at all? Tony, any questions, concerns, comments? You're good? All right, so that is up. You good?
Regarding, yeah, when you say panel, which is on the right-hand side, right? That one, yes. Yeah, so, and on the left-hand side, it says the meter, right? Would the panel be the shut-off system?
The panel
or
is
the
a
switch?
transfer of energy from the transformer down into your actual chargers. So that's something completely separate.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, no problem. All right, guys. So that is infrastructure option number one. We have a question. Oh, we have a question. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, Lisa.
I have a question. So if you can just kind of tell us where we're at, because switchgear has really been a hot topic as it relates to anybody that's doing a project in infrastructure, because you need switchgear. So can you kind of give us some feedback on how we're improving that program and what the utilities are going to do about that?
Yeah, switchgear is certainly a shortage of that. We're skipping it a little bit here in a couple of slides, but it is something that we're looking to mitigate. We're looking at getting new vendors. We're also looking at standardization whenever possible. And we're also encouraging fleets to reach out to us earlier to making sure that we mitigate any sort of delays. But it is something that we have an entire initiative dedicated just to procurement at the moment. A great point, Lisa. All right, guys, so that is SCE built infrastructure option. Now, the second option, let's say you guys want to install some what I call advanced bells and whistles. You guys want to install solar, storage. You don't want to be relying on the grid, right? You don't want to worry about power outages, et cetera. There is this option called the customer built. Under this scenario, we're still going to do the distribution to the meter upgrades. You guys see the little mouse there. But the difference that anything on the customer side of the meter is full responsibility of the customer, utilizing IBEW unit labor. So make sure you note that down. Now, on embarking on this journey, what we would do programmatically is we would actually rebate you up to 80% of the project cost for you doing that. Now, the way that this works, it's up to 80% based on what we would have paid for had we done the SCE portion, the customer build portion of the SCE built infrastructure. That's what your up to 80% rebate is actually worth. Now, the question I always get is, why would I do one versus the other? There's really two main reasons why. The first one is that if you look at, for example, under the SCE built on the customer side, we're coming in further into the property, so the meets and bounds are greater. So there is an easement that is required. And I can tell you guys up front, there are no red line provisions allowed in this easement. So some customers that are easement sensitive have chosen the customer build pathway because we only go up typically up to the meter and panel. The other one is solar, storage, or any sort of V2G technology, et cetera, what we call distributed energy resources. Under the SCE built infrastructure, although more attractive, you would never be able to connect any sort of technologies to that specific meter and panel. Not to say you can't hook it up somewhere else in the building. We're just talking about that specific meter and panel that we're installing. So if you want to have the option, but not the obligation to do a DER, you would pick the customer built infrastructure pathway. Now, one of the things that these two do share is you might have noticed they have a separate meter. And what we're going to do, we're going to inject that meter with a special, what we call commercial EV only time of use rate. In other words, a rate structure. It's all based off of time. So as you see this grid on the right, the time itself from 4 to 9 is always the most expensive time of day to charge your vehicles. If you're charging today, we're still under that winter category until next week. That of 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. is a more optimal time from a cost perspective to charge your vehicles. So a lot of you in this room that are fleet operators may be wondering, well, what happens if we come in at 5 o'clock? Are we going to get dinged from that 4 to 9 p.m. range? This is where managed charging and those types of technologies really kick in to make sure that it's almost like a sprinkler system. Your vehicles come in, driver does post-trip inspection, they plug in the EV, it's 5 o'clock, but you don't start getting charging until 9 o'clock. So that's a way that you guys can utilize that. All right, so this is your activity flow. So a lot of you might be wondering, well, how long does that take, Ramiro? If I start today, how long would my infrastructure project take and what do you need from us? Well, let's go to the what do you need from us. So for you to enter the program, we would need to know your EV acquisition plan. Up to a 10-year deployment. It could be 2 years, could be 4 years, up to 10. Charger selection. We need to know a site map. Make sure you guys review easements, agreements, are okay with them with no red lines. And the last element is what we call environmental questionnaire. Now, as far as timelines are concerned, we're going to go over, before we get into that, let's go over the actual elements that could actually delay your infrastructure installation project. There's a couple of them. One of them being the type of project itself. Are we doing both sides of the meter work, or is it you're doing your side, we're doing our side? That will impact your project timeline. The specific site characteristics, other easements, other encroachments. Do we have to hand dig versus being able to utilize heavy machinery? What is the actual capacity of that site? And we have tools, by the way, that can actually help you figure that out in 5 clicks or less, actually. Permits and clearances. So I know Gia's on the line, and that's a big one. We have to get permission for everything that we do, including installing infrastructure. Materials and equipment. So I know, Lisa, you mentioned materials, and what does that look like? Those are elements that can help. And the one I really want to touch on is the customer engagement piece of it. So the fleet operators in this room, how many times have you guys bought a truck and then like halfway into it, you say, you know what, we want a different transmission, or we want to hire, a horsepower engine, and it's already in production. What ends up happening? You guys get charged for that, right? Whenever you talk to the OEM. Same concept here. Anytime there's any sort of changes at certain points, they could add time and money to a project. So things for you to consider. Now, as far as the time frame, we talk about this early engagement with the utility and how long does this all take? Well, for charge-ready transport, on average, you are looking at anywhere between 1.5 years to 2 years. But that number may expand depending on the project specifics. So for example, if you're looking at sort of a circuit extension of some sort, line extensions, we call it, that's a 3+ year project. Anything that's a new substation related, those are 6 years plus. And then of course, it all depends on the actual site itself. Even within one site, you could have multiple different variances that could add the timeline. Right, so I know as you're looking at all this, you might be saying, oh, I mean, you just really confused us. So let me go back over here to this slide. So if you're at the stage of the transition and you're looking at all this saying, guys, I don't even know where to start, allow me to introduce you to our Transportation Electrification Advisory Services. Program is specifically our actual EV readiness study. A free program, you could literally have it done in less than a month. And here what we're going to do is give you a consultation with a T advisor, give you the estimated cost of diesel versus electricity, available vehicles in the marketplace. We'll go into grant funding availability, how much estimated power is to your local facility, and a whole lot of other elements. So if that is something that you are interested in, I just skipped around here, you could actually scan that link icon or get a hold of me directly, and I will make sure to get you hooked up with our TE advisors that actually be able to do that study for you. Now, this slide here, everything I just shared with you is on this link page. Please go ahead and pull your phones out, scan that. That's my direct contact information. Also, if you want to get a hold of any of the programs specifically, that all the emails on the left-hand side. So with that, guys, I'd like to thank you for your time. I know it went way over time, but thank you, Bruce, for allowing this opportunity.
Bruce, how are we doing on time? How much time do we have left? Oh my gosh. And I'm standing in between you and lunch at this point. But I really appreciated your last slide there, Ramiro, where you were talking about sort of that first step of TE advisory. That's something that we offer also through the Cal Fleet Advisor Program. So before we break for lunch, I'll just let Brian talk about that. If you are outside of SCE territory or have domicile locations all over the state, that's another good spot to check in first. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I really do not want to be the person standing behind anyone in lunch, so I'll keep this very quick. Please go to calfleetadvisor.org. And there's a short form you can fill out, and we'll be in touch in a day or two, and we can help you find the zero-emission vehicles for your fleet, help you with infrastructure, connect you to project partners, learn about regulations and all the other things that you might find kind of stumbling blocks along the way to fleet electrification. We're here to help you with a concierge-like service. It's all free, funded through the HVIP program.
Yeah, and then Ramiro had asked this great question too of like, what is it that keeps you up at night? And I will get my 2 cents in here, which is because I do work on the California HVIP program. I think one of the things that I'm thinking about, is that funding is available now for all of you making your fleet transition. However, that is not assured forever into the future, right? These types of grants and incentive programs do sunset at some time. A good hard deadline to keep in mind is that the state of California does not pay for compliance. So once you come under regulation and you have to buy these vehicles, you'll not be able to access programs like HVIP. What keeps me up at night is I wonder if all the fleets know that they have to meet these deadlines and do them early in order to get this funding. So come and talk to me. We have a table out there. The other question I think I'd just like to ask to Brian real quickly is, I talk about HVIP all the time, but you and also Ramiro's technical assistance program, I think, help fleets understand the other sort of agency grants and layers that layer into this. And I'm not sure if I heard anybody summarize it yet today. So if you want to give a quick summary of kind of what else is out there for those funding and incentives for infrastructure and vehicles.
Sure. So on the infrastructure side, on the statewide level, there's the Energize program, energize with 2 I's in it.org. And that can provide a rebate program for certain, especially public use infrastructure projects. On the truck side, kind of the general advice I give fleets is often these are stackable. Pick one from local, state, and federal funds. On the state side, you have the HVIP program, which is cash on the hood for zero-emission trucks at the dealership. Ramiro mentioned, maybe didn't mention, was on his slide. There's the VW Mitigation Trust, which they have a dedicated technical assistance and grant writing program for. That is a nitrous oxide reduction grant program. So you need an older truck to scrap for that one. And the other big program statewide is the Carl Moyer program, which also is a nitrous oxide reduction program that requires scrapping an older truck in order to get the funding. Finally, on the federal side, in addition to a variety of federal grants, I'd like to point out that there is a commercial clean vehicle EV credit. It's up to $40,000 per commercial clean vehicle. And there's also up to 30% in a infrastructure rebate, again, a federal tax credit. Please note, I am not a tax attorney, so please contact those kind of folks before relying on the federal tax credits. But they're reasonably easy to access, and almost any fleet can take advantage of them.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, those local air district programs very often will cover both vehicles and some of your infrastructure. So just important to be thinking about both of those. Ramiro, you had a bullet point on there about permits, and Gia got into permits. What has been your experience, I guess, with working with local agencies that sort of fall under, Gia's jurisdiction and her organization is obviously trying to get them streamlined? Has that been happening? And is there anything else we can do to sort of move things along?
Well, as you see now, with charge rate transport, that does involve us pulling a lot of permits. I can tell you, we have our local public affairs team, Sheriff Sean's in the room here, that has been working directly with Gia and the GoBiz team. We also have a layer, what we call our Dr. PEP, which is where you could actually get capacity information estimated at least. And there's now a permitting layer. So we actually are showcasing the entities that do have streamlining permitting process through that AB 1236. The ones that are not, right? So if you are in a site selection, that may or may not be something to consider as you're going through that process. But absolutely working with the GoBiz team to making sure that more cities are abiding by that 1236 and are streamlining their permitting process.
Yeah, may also be something to think about if you're looking at your next facility or renewing your next lease space. Speaking from my personal experience, my landlord never returned any of my requests for easements. Have you been able to get those easements done? And then when we have landlords that are not particularly cooperative, is there anything that Gia can help us with? Are landlords for you helping with your easements, or what helps that along?
Well, let's see, Gia, would you like to take that one on first?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, when it comes to the relationships between the landowner and the project proponent, that gets a little bit stickier. We don't have legislation that requires a landowner to speed along their easement. So it really would just be more of that coordination function of ensuring that we are helping to make it as easy as we can and working, and sharing with um the the landowner kind of why it's important. That said, that lands however it does. So I think it would just be even underscores even more the importance of having a good handle on what the various pieces are, because when it really becomes an issue is when it's like, oh, we didn't realize, and you're way down the road and then everything stops because there was something that and that may happen anyway, but to the extent that we can minimize those kinds of things and having those discussions early on about needing different easements and those kinds of pieces, I think it can really help.
Yeah, on our side, we actually encourage the landlord. And so as far as the actual applicant to have the conversation with the landlord before they even enter charge rate transfer. So during the presentation, you guys seen that I did disclose the fact that there is an easement. There are no red lines. The next thing that we would do, we've already a call. We would send you a copy of the sample easement, sample agreement, and we'll even get on the call with the landlord. A lot of times they just don't know what we're even up to. Like, what are you guys even doing? And when they hear it directly from an Edison rep, it sometimes hits a little different, and sometimes they're just not willing to even entertain it. So it's something where the fleet should know that up front before even considering electrification at that site, because there's no going through, there's no easement. So that's something that could literally stop your project in its tracks.
And something you could consider in your discussion with your landlords is that this is also a benefit to them. As a fleet owner, obviously you get to fuel your vehicles at your facility, but if the landlord is looking at future rental income, having the infrastructure already available on their site will make it more valuable for future tenants.
Yeah, I think that was a point that Prolo just drove home for us for sure, right? Is that they're thinking over the long term about the utilization of that infrastructure. So, but you guys all came here to learn this today. Maybe your landlord has not. So we have to get that information to them as well.
Maybe I just add one more thing. Sorry to interrupt, Nikki. There is legislation that that we have a fact sheet on our website, maybe so look there for more details, but that does kind of require a landlord to allow for the installation of charging infrastructure. Now, the cost of that would go to the tenant, and when you leave the site, if required, you need to remove the equipment as well. But there are some protections in place to kind of, if a landlord says, I'm not doing that, to say, well, you actually are kind of required to do that. So that could help a little bit, but that doesn't help with the easements piece necessarily.
Well, I think the easement piece was so great because Ramiro said one of his staff will jump on a call with your landlord if needed. So I think with that, Gia mentioned she has a specialist who's working with agencies across the state. We have a staff of CalFleet advisors at our organization that are happy to take your calls and questions anytime, as does Ramiro, working with any district. So you'll have all of our contact information, and our staff is standing by to help you with all of these questions.
All right. I think everyone's ready for lunch now. So a couple of suggestions for those of you going out. If you turn right, there's a couple of places, Farmer Boys, McDonald's, just past the freeway. And then if you go left on Arrow, there's quite a few choices there. So if anybody has any specific questions, let me know.
All right, thank you. And obviously we ran a bit long there, so we're not going to start up until about 1:45. We will have, as I said, that one last presentation if you want to learn about the Advanced Clean Fleet Rule. If you want to wait for lunch for a little bit, we'll have folks out here talking to you about the Advanced Clean Fleet Regulation. If you want any information on that, kind of one-on-one, we'll be around after the now 1:45 presentation on advanced clean fleets to also answer some questions. And again, we've got some vendors out in the next room. Talk to them about some of the things you might need. All right, thank you, everybody. Hope to see you back.
You know, it's my little cute session. But no, hers is actually so
There it is. Hello, there we are. All right. All right, you guys are the diehards. I love that. After lunch, it's always tough. And frankly, we have a lot of resources that we've already put out to start explaining this regulation to people, and we'll go over that a little bit. So a lot of people maybe have started to hear this stuff anyway. So as I mentioned a little bit ago, I would be giving you a little bit higher level than some of the things that we dive into, and you'll see what I mean as we go through the presentation. But it's a good overview. I've given this presentation a lot, and it's a good overview to let you know what you got to do under the rule. And again, we're now switching from the great people we had here earlier talking about here's what you have to think about in picking a truck or, in installing infrastructure and so forth. Now this is just about the regulation. So let's see if I get the right one here. Look, I did. Really quickly, why trucks and especially why heavy trucks? What you'll see up there, that one on the, what side is that? On the left side, it's right for me over there. That's showing something called NOx. NOx is one of the two main things that make smog. That's all you really need to know. And you can see, even though that heavy duty trucks represent about 12% of all of, and heavy duty in this case, class 7 and 8, are about 12% of all of the trucks under our regulation. They're almost half of this NOx forming compound. So that's one of the reasons why. Just again, I don't think anybody here, especially in the South Coast, is surprised by the fact that there's a pollution problem. And again, diesel vehicles were one, and you probably don't feel this way because you've been under regulations for a few years now, going clear back to 2012 with our truck and bus, but they were one of the last pollution sources, mobile pollution sources regulated. We actually regulated certain ones even before that. Off-road equipment, the regulation for off-road equipment was passed just before the truck and bus rule. So they were one of the last ones that came along. Oops, do something, there we are. So what are CARB strategies? Again, just so, just to go over a couple kind of overview things here. We do a number of things. You've heard us talk about incentive programs, right? It's not all about rules. Yes, rules are what we write. But typically what we will do is we start incentive programs. This is exactly what you saw with zero-emission vehicles. Incentive programs to start getting the industry, big players. That's why, everybody comes to me and says, well, it's only for the money's only for big fleets. No, it wasn't really just for them, but only big fleets could take the risk, right? So they proved this technology. Once the technology starts getting out there, then we start looking at regulations. So regulations, cleaner fuels, we have a lot of stuff that it's not just about zero emission vehicles anymore. We'll cover a couple things in here before we move forward on things that aren't just about zero emission vehicles. But like I said, cleaner fuels, funding, these all go into the portfolio of how we try and frankly clean up the air. Non-ZEV, and if you haven't heard us say ZEV earlier today, zero emission vehicle, non-ZEV regulations, and I just mentioned that a little bit. The biggest one you want to know about, and we've got information out there, we'll be happy to talk to you about it. If you don't know about it, you really need to, is called Clean Truck Check. It's basically like smog check for trucks. It runs a little bit differently. Most of it is done through telemetry. You go to a certified tester, you can get certified. The certification is free. The equipment costs $1,000 or $2,000 from what I've been told, but you can use it. If you got a larger fleet, you can use it on all your vehicles. So it might be something you want to do. I've talked to small fleets before, and one of the things that, you see a little light bulb go off and they'll say, can I test other people's vehicles? Yeah, you can. Once you're certified, you can. So something you might want to consider, but there are a lot of testers out there that are certified. But that one you really need to know about. And in fact, if you haven't registered already, I'll give you a website later. Actually, that truck stop website down at the bottom, you go there, first thing you'll see is how to report for clean trucks or Clean Truck Check. If you haven't registered yet, you will probably be getting a notice from our enforcement department in the mail, like if you haven't already, because we had a really poor compliance rate. We've been trying to get the information out there. We've got a media campaign. We've mailed things out to everybody on the DMV registration list, but we had a pretty low compliance rate. So now we're trying to make people well aware of it. Just so you know, first of all, this regulation, that regulation only covers vehicles over 14,000 pounds, GVWR, so class 4 and up. The rest of the regulations we're going to talk about today, the zero emission ones, drop down to a 2B. So you're looking at like an F-250 up, commercial, not your private F-250. Okay? But so make sure that you know about this. And again, register for it. If you haven't, there's a $30 fee for each vehicle that you register. So I don't want you to be shocked when you go there. Someone over here is going, yeah, I know, I did it already. I paid my money. And by the way, that's in state law. State law told us to make this program, and your legislators put that in there, so you can't blame us on charging that fee. Here's a bunch of other things. Most of those are well complete, won't go into them. Whoops, too far. All right, was the Advanced Clean Fleet rule the first one we've done? Absolutely not. The first zero emission rule we did on heavier duty vehicles was ICT, Innovative Clean Transit. Transit agencies have been integrating zero emission buses into their fleets because of that rule since at least 2020, before 2020. Transit agencies are pretty experienced at this stuff. They've been the groundbreakers. They've gained a lot of knowledge on it. We also did one on airport shuttle buses. Why airport shuttle buses, right? How many of those are there out there? Well, just like transit buses, the place that was obvious to start first were on vehicles that had fixed routes, so they knew where they were going to go. The transit agencies have put charging or even hydrogen filling stations on route. The vehicle is going to sit on that route for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, going to sit somewhere. They frequently stop for, half an hour or whatever here and there while they're waiting for their schedule to change, whatever the case is. And mostly their routes aren't that long. That's very different for rural areas, and some urban routes are longer, but their routes aren't that long. Certainly the case for shuttle buses, right? I mean, they go to the airport back and forth. They can sit and charge. So those made sense. Now, the next thing that we adopted, and we'll talk about this again briefly, is the Advanced Clean Truck Regulation. This regulation is a sales mandate. And basically what it says, and I'll show you the schedule briefly. We're not going to have a quiz on it, and I don't expect you to look too much at it. But what it says is between now and 2035, an increasing percentage of the vehicles that an OEM sells in California have to be zero emission. Okay. Now, you'll see down there under class 4 through 8, that tops out at 75% in 2035. We're going to change that on you in a minute. We'll get to that slide. But that again is a sales mandate. I look at it as two parts of two bookends, right? This drives the supply. And by the way, the manufacturers are actually exceeding these percentages right now. The percentages are really small, but everybody says, oh, nobody's making it. No, they are. They're beating this. All right, now, of course, as you probably all can expect, I go out places many times, and crazy California, right? It's not just crazy California. On that Advanced Clean Truck Regulation, that sales mandate, 8 or 9, I forget if it's 8 plus California or 9 plus California, have already, and it's growing, and it's grown over the last couple of years, have legally, their legislatures have legally adopted Advanced Clean Truck, and they've told their environmental departments, you will adopt this regulation. Other states cannot adopt mobile source regulations unless we've adopted them already. And we get a thing called a waiver from the US government or from EPA. We're actually waiting on that for Advanced Clean Fleets right now. But once we get that waiver, any state can adopt it, but they have to basically adopt we can't change it. So our regulation is law in those states. Last I was told, that's about 25% of the new truck sales in the nation. Favorable TCO, and I mentioned it earlier. You guys are all in the room. I know that, you know, a lot of people, it's like, oh no, it's not working. It's not working. When I've heard people talk about it that say it's not working for them, I never see any numbers. When I hear people talk about it that are like, yeah, we're actually seeing declines in our operating costs, or we see where the TCO is going to go down, they give me numbers in presentations. City of San Diego or county, I'm not sure, gave a great presentation to some fleet managers that I gave a presentation to about their experience. They were very positive. All right, advanced clean fleet, what you probably all really want to know about. First of all, you see up there in the top, again, I'm backwards, left-hand corner. Shouldn't be backwards. In the top left-hand corner, I said we were going to modify that sales mandate thing in a minute, okay? In the advanced clean fleet regulation, we added that modifier. 2036, 100% of class 2B through 8 sales have to be zero emission in the state. So it covers the full range at 100%. Now, the other 3 pieces of the rule, and I'm guessing we have people that at least represent 2 of those, if not all 3. The other 3 pieces of the rule, 1, cover state and local government fleets. They cover drayage fleets, if you don't know, and you guys probably know well, the fleets that go in and out of ports or in and out of the intermodal rail yards. And they cover high priority fleets. And I heard you mention the name earlier, it was like high whatever. I'll explain what high priority is in a minute. That was just the name that it was given because they're typically larger fleets, and so they were a priority. Okay, so I'm not going to cover that. That's simple. All right, high priority fleets. What is a high priority fleet? 2 things get you into high priority fleet, and it's not an and, it's an or. So either of these things. So first of all, if you have 50 or more trucks, you are considered a high priority fleet. If you have gross annual revenues, and this is for private companies or the federal government, don't ask me why, that's how the federal law makes us, we have to regulate them as private fleets, not state and local government. If your company has a gross annual revenue of over $50 million, and you have a truck, you have any vehicles subject to the rule, then you're also a high priority fleet, okay? There are other ways, and I'm not going to get into it too much. I'll give you a quick example. There are other ways that some smaller fleets might be drawn into high priority fleets. They're not directly impacted, but there's something called common ownership and control. And I'll use an example. It's the most basic example, but it gets a lot more complicated than this. Common ownership and control kind of comes down to a contractual agreement more than anything. But common ownership and control, what is that? Okay, let's take Amazon. I always pick on Amazon, not because I'm picking on Amazon. They're a perfect example. I think everybody knows most of those vehicles that come and deliver our packages are not owned by Amazon. But the fleet, whether it be a small guy with 1 truck or a larger fleet with 20 trucks or whatever, they do exactly what Amazon tells them to do. They're branded as Amazon. They're using Amazon's DOT or CA numbers. They are, for all intents and purposes, Amazon's fleet. So therefore, if we say, hey, Amazon, you're a big company, you're regulated by this rule, and you'll see the percentages in a moment. And let's say, we say in 2030, a certain percent of this kind of vehicle have to be zero emission. You're looking at everybody in your fleet. And just because you don't own that vehicle, they're still part of your fleet. Now, why did we have to do that? Okay, let's take 2 companies. One company has a business model they've had for years, and they say, we own all of our trucks. And they're a delivery company, let's say. We own all of our trucks. It's really, even if we wanted to, it's really hard for us to change that business model now. So we're going to keep owning our trucks. They would be a high priority fleet, and they would have to do something, and it would cost them a significant amount of money to do it. Then we have company B that says, you know what? We're just going to sell all our trucks off, and we're going to do nothing but contract with people. If we didn't do this common ownership, and when I say contracting, just going out on a load board or something like that. That doesn't mean you're working for someone. You contract with someone now and then. You're probably not under common ownership control, or if you're a larger company, you probably don't have common ownership and control of those vehicles. That's where it gets a little more complicated. If they're using your DOT number, they're probably considered part of your fleet. If they're branded as your company, they're probably considered part of your fleet. But back to company B that says, we're just not going to own anybody anymore. We'll contract long-term, just like an Amazon does, everything we do. If we didn't have common ownership and control, one of those companies is spending a lot of money to comply and getting a lot of air quality benefits. The other company is spending nothing to comply and getting zero additional air quality benefits. So that's why this common ownership and control concept is really important. All right. How do you comply if you're a high priority fleet? There are two ways. One is kind of a default compliance pathway. That's that top one, okay? And that top one, as you see up here, no glasses, so I need to turn here to actually read things. It talks about any vehicle you add to your fleet after the beginning of this year has to be zero emission. That's one way to comply. Private companies, that's not very common, but I'm finding out when I talk to fleets, government fleets, that's very common. That's becoming their preferred method from the folks I've talked to. Why? If you are a government fleet manager, how often do you turn your trucks over, right? You let them run until they're dead. So this doesn't say, that top one does not say in 2024, you have to go buy zero emission trucks. You don't buy a truck, doesn't have to be zero emission. Right now, by the way, I mentioned a waiver. We're not enforcing these things. We're waiting for this waiver from the federal government. We've sent a letter to say that. You can find it online. What we also say is, however, when that waiver comes through, or if they determine that we don't need a waiver, which that's a distinct possibility as well, we reserve the right to go back to the beginning of 2024 and enforce this. Basically, what that means is, let's say you have decided you're going to take that pathway. You didn't buy zero, you rolled the dice. You said, well, maybe they're not going to get the waiver, and I'm just not going to buy zero emission trucks. We reserve the right to come back and say, well, you bought 5 trucks. All 5 of those should have been zero emission. You're out of compliance. Here's a violation. I'm not saying we're going to do that, but we reserve the right to do that. I think drayage is where that's a bigger issue. Okay, so that's one way to comply, but a lot of you are probably saying, I don't want to do that. We do also have what's called the milestone option, and we've got some FAQs out there to talk about it. The milestone option, as you can see, it's a phase in over time. Okay, that's the other thing, and you've heard this earlier in some of the panels. This is not a gotta do it tomorrow thing. All right, there are some sizes and types of vehicles that, yeah, in 2025, if you have those, a percentage of that might have to be zero. If you notice, just like I said with airport shuttle buses and transit buses, those are the ones that are probably easier to electrify. They're closer to cars in many cases, right? I mean, you're getting your smaller box truck, a yard truck. I mean, you've already got the infrastructure probably in a yard truck to charge them. You may already have zero emission yard trucks. They're actually electric, battery operated yard trucks are very common. But they're easier to electrify. They have smaller batteries. They have smaller ranges usually. They don't need as much range. That's where we started. You'll also notice we don't even touch sleeper cabs, because we know sleeper cabs, those are, OTR pretty much, right? I mean, not always, but those are the ones running the longest routes. We don't even start with those in your fleet until 2030. Okay? It all ends out at 2042 for sleepers, 2039 for day cabs, and a lot of these different categories in there. And I think we have some slides that demonstrate some of those categories, but it's not a tomorrow thing. Okay? There is time as that infrastructure comes on board, as those ranges get longer, as the body types, and I hear this all the time, there's nothing out there that meets my needs. There's not a body type out there that meets my needs. I'll tell you first, I was at the Advanced Clean Truck Expo, and there's a lot of different body types out there. But There may not be. We'll talk about that in a minute. State and local government, if you are state and local government, it's actually kind of similar to that, but this first way to comply is a little bit different, right? If you are not in one of those red counties, you're a larger county, and if you do not, you can still choose the milestone option that we just showed you, that percentage option. If you don't, and you take the straight compliance path, then starting in 2024, 50% of, again, your new purchases have to be zero emission. Starting in 2027, all of your new purchases have to be zero emission. If you're a smaller county, you don't have to do anything until 2027. Like I said with the other one, this does not require that you buy a new truck. When you do, it would have to meet those requirements. I'm going to run back for just 1 second here. This 800,000 miles or 18-year thing, it's called useful life. Basically what useful life says, and here is on high priority fleets where we can tell you, you've got to get rid of a truck. We're not telling you got to replace it, but when that truck hits either 800,000 miles or becomes 18 years old, whichever one of those comes first, it's legally reached the end of its useful life. That actually was put in by California Trucking Association into law in 2017. Yeah, I am old. But in a minimum, even if you have 800,000 miles or more, you have at least 13 years. So if you had 1 million miles, and I've talked to drayage drivers that had 1 million miles on a truck, I'll ask them, what year is the truck? 2017. Okay, well, you have until 2030 to run that truck because you have a minimum of 13 years useful life. That's important for two reasons. One, if you're a high priority fleet or a drayage fleet, you need to know that. Two, it doesn't count if you're a state and local government fleet. There is no useful life restriction. You can run the wheels off those trucks all you want. Okay, just when you get a new vehicle, that's when you have to do something. That's when you have to get a zero emission. I mentioned the waiver a moment ago. So there's a plus side, state and local governments don't have to worry about useful life. The downside is we don't need the waiver to regulate state and local governments. That's in effect now. So if you haven't reported, by the way, April was the deadline, make sure and get in a report. So again, we don't need the waiver. Those are requirements that are in place. Exemptions and extensions, we have a lot of them. We work with the industry a lot when we develop these regulations. It starts off with, by this year, you got to do this. And industry comes in, we talk to them, other groups, environmental groups, whoever comes in, talks to us. We get information from all sides and we say, okay, that's where the milestone schedule came from. At first, for state and local government, we did not have the milestone schedule as one of their options. They said, we want it, we want it, we want it. So we did it. I don't really think they understood it though, because again, most of them that I've talked to, and Chris may hear differently because she deals a lot with state and local government fleets, but a lot of the ones that I've talked to are choosing that basic, where zero emission when we have to purchase one option. And Chris is shaking her head over there. Again, it works for them, great. But is there not a truck that meets your needs? There's possibly an exemption or extension here. Now, when I say meet your needs, that could be mileage, that could be you have a special body configuration, but it's not a matter of writing us a letter and saying, hey, there's nothing out there for me. We will have you submit documentation, probably letters from multiple manufacturers. We then will start looking into it and see if we really feel there's something out there that meets it or not. And it might be that, okay, well, that one doesn't have this one little feature, but you really don't need that feature. Yeah, you're right, we don't. Okay, well, there's a truck out there that meets your needs. I mean, this is not a compliance pathway. It's not a long-term compliance pathway. But obviously, there are issues out there. Infrastructure, you'll see an infrastructure exemption. Okay, that is in there. You can get up to 5 years If your local utility can't get you the power out to your site for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, nothing you can do about that, right? That's just the way it is. That's one of them. If you're state and local government, or if you have other mutual aid contracts, mutual aid vehicles, there's a percentage of your fleet that you can say this is mutual aid, because you might have to drive that thing to Louisiana next week, right? There's a lot of different exemptions and extensions in here, and we're not going to go through all of them. But as I said, I will point you to some places online where you can get a lot more information. Drayage trucks, just so you know, I've actually even mentioned some of this, is the beginning of this year, and this is not being enforced right now either because of the waiver. As of the beginning of this year, so trucks going in and out of ports or rail yards, you have to register with us in what we call the it used to be called the drayage truck registry. And basically you have to be on that to go in and out of the port or the rail yard. No new vehicle, when I say new, it doesn't have to be a brand new vehicle. No vehicle can be added to that registry after the beginning of this year unless it's a zero-emission vehicle. By 2035, all drayage trucks have to be zero-emission. Now, you may ask, why are you picking on drayage? I don't know that we are picking on them, but in general, drayage trucks run shorter routes, so there's range there. And additionally, the areas around ports, the areas around large rail yards are are the most impacted areas by all kinds of pollution, but certainly by air pollution pretty much anywhere. You really can't find a place that's impacted more. What do you have? You have diesel trains, you have diesel ships, you have yard vehicles moving things, you have trucks coming in and out. You have a lot of industry around that area. That's why when we've always kind of put port trucks as a priority. But other than that, that's the basic thing. Again, 2035, everybody starting this year, newly registered vehicles, and that useful life thing applies. So once your drayage truck hits those useful life limits, it's still legal in the state. It's not illegal. Like we said, with our truck and bus rule, eventually you had to have a 2010 newer engine. Otherwise, it's just not legal in the state. You're still legal in the state. You just can't go in and out of a port with it. This is old. I don't know why it's still in there. Let me look at something. Okay, good. We're going to go back to that one. There's actually a lot more resources than this even that I could give you, but here's a couple. One, that middle dot, that middle bullet, they can be your best friend. That's our advanced, so my team was one of about 3 that worked a lot on advanced clean fleets. We were not the core team. That email address goes straight to the core team that wrote this regulation. And from what everyone has told me, they're really good at getting back to people very quickly. So zevfleet@arb.ca.gov. If you have a specific question, email them your question. Okay, that's what it's there for. Truck stop, you've heard me talk about that multiple times. I saw him in here. Steven's in here somewhere. There's Steven. And now Melissa, who was running the mic earlier.